That day, everything was shrouded in flames, and it seemed that the mountains would soon burn to the ground. They stood near the city and watched everything burn and smelled the smoke and fire that incinerated the smoke. Their eyes were filled with anger and the desire to destroy. They were cold-blooded in relation to the horror that was happening before their eyes. Blood began to fall to the ground and splash in different directions. At the top of the mountain, there was a massacre in which several hundred fighters participated, ready to kill each other. One of the warriors saw that he had a large, bloody wound in his chest, and he realized that he did not have long to live. So he raised his sword and asked to take it away. He said that he didn't have time to wait, and therefore the guy should take this sword for himself as quickly as possible. But the student did not understand what was happening, and he told the master that he could not take his sword. The master turned his head at him and said that now is not the time to be polite, and he needs to come to his senses because the fate of the volcano depends only on them. These words did not surprise the guy, and he opened his eyes wide and called us to look at the master. At this moment, the enemies had already come closer, and with the help of sneaky attacks, inflicted critical damage on the master and killed him. After that, they began to run after the students who slowly began to retreat in fear. Tears appeared in his eyes because you won't believe that this is all really happening. The students understood that they were now in the minority, and there was no point in fighting because they would lose this battle. And for this reason, they decided to retreat. At night, in one of the buildings, a man was sitting on the veranda and writing something, and at that moment an old woman passed by him. He heard some strange noise and thought that something very strange was happening, and he could not ignore this noise. He turned his head back to see what was happening. When he looked into the distance, he saw that in the distant mountains there was very strong smoke and a large fire that most likely burned the city that was located behind these mountains. The scene of our story is transferred to Cold Xi'an, where there are now a lot of people in the central square of the city, and sellers are shouting very loudly trying to replace new customers. In the crowd of these people, there appears a guy who covers his face with a book. All his attention is focused on this book, and therefore he does not notice people, constantly bumping into them. His face is getting closer and closer to this book every second. Suddenly, he raises his face and you can see that tears are flowing in his eyes. And he says that he doesn't understand why there are so many people on the street in the morning. One of the sellers who stood behind the fish counter shouted loudly in a very joyful voice that only he could buy the freshest fish. But suddenly the seller noticed a guy who was passing by him and was surprised because he didn't expect to see him here. The seller started screaming very loudly and calling her young master, trying to find out from him when he managed to return to the city. The young master turned his head and saw a seller holding a fish in his hands. This seller said that no one had touched this fish since he received it. He held this fish forward and said that this was the freshest fish he had. The young gentleman smiled and replied to OPEC that he appreciates such kindness. But it's not worth doing this, because the seller is probably having a hard time surviving and would rather place this fish for himself. But suddenly other sellers began to approach him and offer their goods such as ginseng rice or freshly baked bread. The young gentleman was not ready for such a large number of people to turn their attention to him, and therefore he did not understand how to react and took measurements on the spot. But people continued to run towards him. A man passing by said that these people seemed to have gone crazy, and he didn't understand what they were doing there near that guy. But the woman who was standing not far from him said that this man should be careful with his statements, but the man suddenly asked her about this guy. She replied that he is the most respected person in Saona, and he is respected here more than the king. The men said that this is all very strange. This man is still very small, but the woman ordered him not to say such words out loud about the young master. He doesn't know the calculations, and it's better not to be someone else's business. She explained that he is the most outstanding person and a master who, at the age of 14, twice demonstrated excellent results in the exam at the academy. And when the man heard this information, he was almost carried away because he could not believe that at such a young age this guy could pass exams at the academy. She explained that all the stalls in the Namun market are his property. If the merchant has problems with business, young gentlemen and taxes are collected from him, and this causes respect. The young master returned to the palace, and on his back was a huge number of bags of goods that the merchants had given him. He felt an incredible heaviness and wanted to quickly throw all these bags off his shoulders. When he returned to the palace, he saw an old man on the steps of the Pomeranian and sleeping so sweetly that a large bubble appeared from his nose. The young master stopped opposite him and stood silently for several seconds. After that, He threw all his bags onto the ground, and thanks to this, a very loud noise appeared that woke up the old man. The old man did not understand what was happening and, excited, began to turn his head in different directions. The young master was clearly dissatisfied with something, and one could see the anger he was holding back. The old man looked at the young master in surprise and suddenly realized that he had accidentally fallen asleep. He didn't know what to do or how to justify himself in this situation, so he smiled very widely, despite the fact that he was missing 2 teeth, and scratched the back of his head. When the day ended, night fell and the moon of York shone in the starry sky. The old man did not sit idly by and went to cook food on the stove. He decided to cook rice with vegetables and scrambled eggs. It was one of the best bastards he knew how to cook. He tasted the sauce and tried to understand whether he needed to add any more spices. The young master was busy reading a book at that moment. He raised his eyes upward and thought thoughtfully about something. He looked ahead and asked himself whether he should eat earlier than usual today. The old man shouted loudly that the young master could come in for dinner, but the young gentleman asked him to open the door a little so that the guests could be seen better. He closed his book and put it aside until he reads it next time. People began to enter the gate, and these were soldiers who had returned from the battlefield. Some of them were wounded, and they needed help. One of the guys thanked the young gentleman for his hospitality and apologized for the late visit, after which he introduced himself and said that they were all students of the Vulcan sect. The young gentleman greeted the guests and bowed to them as a sign of friendliness. The young guy shouted very loudly that they were all in misfortune and the young students needed places to hide for a while. He looked at the young master and said that he really didn't want to do this, but now he simply has no other choice. The young master old man already understood what this guy would ask for now and waited for what he would say next. The guy bowed along with the rest of the students and said that he asks the young master to accept them, and when the sun rises, they will leave this place and never bother the master again. The young master nodded his head and gave a sign of agreement, but the old man did not like it. The young master turned his head and looked at the old man's reaction and realized that even though he didn't like it, they still had to accept these lovely guests. The guy thanked the gentleman in a joyful voice and said that the volcano sector will never forget this mercy. He once again shouted very loudly that they would always remember this favor and try to repay the young master's kindness. But at that moment, they suddenly did not hear the voice of some person who shouted very loudly that they could not leave here. Suddenly, opponents armed with sharp swords and blades began to appear through the walls, and there were a large number of them. The young master raised his head and saw that on the fence that circled his palace, there were now more enemies. The enemies ordered to immediately drop their weapons and not offer resistance, because only in this case would they die quickly and painlessly. The young gentleman drew attention to the central gate behind which some strange noise was heard. Suddenly a man appeared, who, with the help of 2 hands, was able to break the central gate. This man ordered everyone to immediately throw their weapons on the ground and sit on their knees. But when he began to look around, he suddenly discovered that only one weak, short old man was standing in front of him. The old man suddenly said that this door that he had just broken was very valuable because the king himself gave it to them. But the man got angry and shouted very loudly that it didn't matter because they didn't have long to live. But the old man tried to explain that this man had misunderstood if the king decided to visit them again. He would be upset if he did not see this door. But suddenly the old man realized that these words were unnecessary, and they seriously angered this man. He hit this old man with all his might with his palm, and the old man flew back, hitting his back against the wall. The guys didn't understand what was happening, and were incredibly frightened by this turn of events, and didn't understand what to do next. The old man was sitting near the wall he had just crashed into, and his head was down. The young gentleman looked dissatisfied at the events taking place. He approached this stranger closer to talk to him. The young master ordered an immediate stop because these actions are not permissible on the territory of his palace. The stranger said that if he wants to save his mouth, then he shouldn't interfere in other people's affairs. What if the gentleman answered that even Murim has its own laws that must be adhered to? But suddenly, a student ran out and shouted loudly that they have no right to harm someone who does not know martial arts. And if this man wants to fight, he must fight with him. But the young master put his hand on this guy's shoulder and asked him to step back. The student did not understand what was happening and why the young gentleman decided to do this. He took a few steps forward to get even closer to this stranger who visited his palace, penetrated a very strong chi energy, and said that he did not expect the young master to be so determined. He smiled, and with a mocking voice asked what the young master's name was. The guy replied that his name was Hua San, and this name meant that he was called a volcano in these lands. These words frightened the man, and he could not believe that the volcano itself was now standing in front of him. Hua San put his hand forward and wanted to slap this man and demonstrate his strength. These actions alarmed the men. They did not understand who this guy was and why he allowed himself to do such things. After the guy made his click, a fiery flash appeared from his hand. He hit with such incredible force that large quantities of blood began to splash out of the enemy's body. Thanks to the shadow on the wall of this palace, one could see that with one blow he was able to tear off the enemy's head and throw it to the side. The head fell to the ground, then took off and was pushed off the ground several times, leaving a bloody trail behind it. His head was forever separated from his body, and now this man could hardly object to anything. Hua-san smiled because he understood that I was going to pass you by and don't underestimate him, and don't even have any idea what abilities he has. He walked up to the dead body of this man, bent down and said his name again, Hua-san. He looked at the other opponents who were now on the wall and very loudly declared that his name was Seo Hua-san. These words were very striking and frightened absolutely everyone who watched the actions of the young master from the side. Only the old man was still sitting near the wall, unconscious. Hua-san came closer to the corpse and looked at it carefully, and said that without a head, it would probably be difficult to hear anything. The opponents were incredibly scared after this young gentleman decapitated their leader with one blow, and they did not understand what to do now. The young students were also shocked by what they saw, and did not understand how this was even possible, and how a person could have such power. Hua-san began to look around, trying to understand what was happening to the opponents now. He looked at one of the enemies with a dissatisfied look, and ordered them to finally go down. But the opponents did not listen to his request, and continued to stand on the fence and held weapons in front of them in order to defend themselves. Hua-sang didn't want to play with them, and so he raised his foot up to hit the ground. He hit with incredible force, after which an earthquake began, and it seemed that everything would explode around him. And thanks to this earthquake, the opponents began to fall down from the fence. They flew down incredibly fast and couldn't even do anything, because they didn't expect that this could happen at all. Hua-san was very angry that these guys broke into his house without permission and came here with weapons. He began to accumulate energy in his hand in order to make a blow, and while the energy was accumulating, he looked at the flying air and opponents. One of the guys turned his head towards the young master and saw that something very terrible was about to happen. Hua-san hit the penetrator with all his might and caused incredibly powerful damage to him, after which he flew into the distance. Hua-sang used his strength to attack all the enemies at once, and did it so quickly that I didn't even notice how they were hit. The disciples watched this battle, and one of them said that this could not be because even the sect elder could not fight him one-on-one. He began to get angry and clench his teeth, and after that he began to wonder who this guy even was. Where did he get such strength from? They stood in the military sharinga and waited for them to be ordered to attack. But suddenly, they did not hear some strange sound and turned their heads towards where this sound came from. They saw that the gate was broken, and brothers in arms began to fly out of this gate. And the opponents realized that this was a signal to retreat, and they needed to leave as quickly as possible. Hua-san was upset when he saw that they were starting to run away, because he had just warmed up and wanted to continue this battle. He held the opponent by the neck with his left hand and strangled him at that moment. There were many wounded and dead opponents lying around him. He threw this guy into the wall, and he didn't need this weakling anymore. Hua-san looked at him and said that he is lucky and there are very few like him. Hua-san ordered the students who stood in front of him to do all the dirty work and distribute the dead opponents in one direction, the living and the wounded in the other direction. But the students did not understand what was happening and why the young master so calmly gave them this order. Hua-san began to get angry, and the veins were visible on his face. He said that he asked to do everything in an amicable way and does not like when he has to repeat his order several times. Suddenly, the old man woke up and said that he was still alive and hoped that they were not going to bury him. He suddenly put his hand into the inner pocket of his shirt and took out an iron medallion, thanks to which he was able to withstand this blow. The student said in a frightened voice that this old man was still alive, and Hua-san at that moment said that lately they have a very lively atmosphere in the house. Hua-san ordered his condition to carry a knife, but the old man did not immediately understand what kind of knife the gentleman was talking about. And so the young gentleman explained that they had no other knives in their house besides a kitchen knife. He looked at the students and asked them to turn away, because the spectacle that was about to take place was not for the faint of heart. But the student did not immediately understand what the young master meant and stood and looked at him for several seconds. Suddenly, an old man came out of the house holding 2 kitchen knives for cutting meat, and on his face was the smile of a real psychopath. Hwasan ordered his servant to cut down these vile scum as quickly as possible. The student immediately realized what was about to happen and ordered his other students to immediately turn away and not look at this horror. The old man began to cut up the bodies of his opponents, and the blood scattered in different directions and stained the young master, after which Hwasan got angry and asked the old man why he splashed him with blood. Living opponents begged for mercy, but the old man was a very bloodthirsty man, and when he saw weak opponents, he said that he loved to hear their pitiful moans. Cognitive dissonance arose in the enemy's head. He completely stopped understanding what was happening here. The old man swung his cleaver to deal a slashing blow to the body of this wounded soldier. But when the knife almost touched and the blade touched the enemy's head, suddenly the young gentleman stopped the old man's hand. Hwasan said that the old man misunderstood everything, and this guy is the only survivor, so it's better to leave him alive for now. Hwasan used his spell and a large bamboo stick appeared from the ground. He picked up a bamboo stick and said that for now he just wants to hang himself and the severed head of their leader on the tip of this branch. The student thought that the young master wants to expose his head if they see it and get even more angry. And isn't the young master afraid of this? Hwasan, at that moment, turned his attention to the last survivor and looked at him with a demonic gaze. He came closer to him and grabbed his hand and then said that he had a few questions. The survivor was very scared and said that he would tell absolutely everything that interests them, only if he was left alive and not tortured. Hwasan found out that these people were wars and the Chongsan sect. The student heard this information and thought that this could not be true. He did not understand why such renowned sects would do such immoral acts and attack other sects. Hwasan suddenly realized that this sect was very famous, and he became interested in where their lair was located. The survivor didn't even know what to answer. Oh my God. And Hwasan immediately realized that this guy was not the most important in their sect. And now he began to wonder how many people there are in this sect. The survivor began to count with his fingers how many of them were in the squad and began to list the squad leader and the rest of the fighters. But that's not what Hwasan wanted to hear, and that's why he got angry. He ordered him to tell him about the hierarchy they have in the sect and how many there were when they arrived, and the frightened survivor said that there were 150 students. Hwasan thought when he heard his words and became curious about what was really going on in this sect. Hwasan turned to the students who stood behind him and asked why the sect was pursuing them. But the students did not understand how to answer this question. Hwasan said that this was all very strange and there were 150 students, and he didn't understand why it was necessary to send so many people for children who were not even experienced warriors. He narrowed his eyes and thought about it all in order to make his guess. Hwasan suddenly thought that they might have something valuable and asked if they had anything that might interest these people. But the student didn't even know what to answer and thought that he couldn't talk about such things to the young master. Hwasan extended his hand forward in order to immediately show the valuable thing he was hiding behind his back. The student was holding the package and was afraid to give it to this gentleman. But Hwasan said that he would just look and give this thing back. But the student said that he could not do this. He swore with his life to protect this item. But Hwasan got angry and ordered this thing to be immediately handed over to him. The student sat down on his knees and put the package in front of his face, and with tears in his eyes, God would definitely give it back to him. Hwasan began to open the package to see what was inside, and when he opened it, the light of this object appeared, and he was surprised. Hwasan raised the blade up and said that this is the famous sword of the volcano sect, Jihasin's sword. The blade of this blade shone and emitted incredibly powerful energy. But suddenly, Hwasan said that he expected much more from this blade, and it doesn't look as cool as they say about it. Hwasan began to wave this blade around, and the student, frightened, asked him to be careful with this item because it was a priceless treasure. Hwasan answered the student that he was very annoyed because he looked at this blade and realized that it was an ordinary fake. But these words outraged the student, and he said that the young master has no right to speak like that without priceless relics. Hwasan threw this blade and said that if he looked at it himself, he could be convinced that it was an ordinary bronze sword and he didn't even use it. The student began to examine this blade and actually became convinced with his own eyes that it was not a real sword. Hwasan suddenly told these guys that they were just bait to lure opponents into a trap. Hwasan suddenly realized that it dawned on him, and he said that such a sucker would never in his life be entrusted with the fate of an entire sect. The student threw this blade on the floor, and it spun around its axis several times. He jumped back closer to the wall and said that this could not happen, and all this time he was sure that he was carrying a real blade. The last survivor to go through it looked at this whole situation with a dissatisfied face and realized that they had serious problems. Hwasan kicked the survivor in the back with all his might and threw him to the side. The survivor felt incredible grief and did not understand why he had just been hit. After this blow, there were traces of blood on the floor that splashed out of his body. Hwasan allowed this enemy to live a little longer but said that he was unlikely to like such a life here. The survivor was very frightened and did not know what the young master. Hwasan turned his head and said that if he doesn't leave here in 3 seconds, then he will be touched up with a cleaver just like his dead friends. The survivor did not need much persuasion to escape, and he immediately took the leap and jumped over the fence. The students asked the young master why he let this survivor go, and Hwasan replied that he did it just because he wanted to. On the street, it was already night. Through the leaves of the trees, you could see the bright moon which was in the center of the sky. The sect found their wounded fighter in the forest who was still alive but unconscious. The leader ordered to immediately wake up the 2 guys and bring him to his senses. The fighter used several points on the guy's body to immediately wake him up. The acupuncture worked, and he immediately opened his eyes and woke up. The leader of the squad said that he had lost knowledge, and now he must lay out everything he managed to learn. The guy turned to the senior master and told him that the sword they were hunting for was a fake. The senior master, in a surprised voice, asked him if this young gentleman really killed the squad leader and single-handedly defeated their students. The senior master asked his assistant why there was a martial arts master in Xi'an, but his assistant replied that he did not remember a single master from these parts. The assistant said that if the sword we were hunting for was a fake, they need to figure out what they will do next. The senior master said that there is no point in rushing, and you just need to watch what is happening. They sent towards this place where the battle took place and said that they need to hurry up because they must get the relic of the Vulcan sect. The gates to the palace were knocked down after the last battle. In the center of the palace, there was a large bamboo stick, but at the top of it was the head of the past leader of this sect. The disciples were upset and began to cry when they learned that the religion that was not guarded turned out to be fake. Hwasan said that he was annoyed by the fact that it was very noisy here due to their whining and asked how long they were going to sit and do nothing. He looked at this guy and asked him if he was really going to sit and do nothing and ordered him to get up immediately. Hwasan suddenly said that this blade was real, and the guy looked at him in surprise, not understanding what the young master meant. He asked very loudly, "Lord, is this blade really real?" He picked up this blade of earth, began to examine it, and said in a joyful voice that he was incredibly happy that it was a real blade. He began to hug this blade and rubbed his cheek against it. Tears flowed down his cheek, and he said that this was great happiness, which means the blade turned out to be real. He looked at the young gentleman and asked him why the gentleman said that this blade was a fake. Hwasan suddenly stopped and asked the guy why he really didn't understand why he said that. Hwasang said that he just wanted to have fun and therefore called this blade a fake. But the disciple did not understand how the young master could have fun with the priceless treasure of the sect for the sake of fun. The severed head of the enemy section leader still hung on the bamboo stick and scared away unwanted guests. The old man began distributing food and tried to explain to the students that they were not really poor, and they did not have large supplies of food to feed everyone with elegant food, so they would have to eat rice. Hwasan suddenly asked the old man where he hid the meat he brought to the market today. The old man ignored his words and said that the gentleman was very upset and asked them not to worry about food, eat as much as they want. The student all this time was thinking that the young master killed the master with one blow and then put his head on display, and he picked up the relic and began to joke about the days as if it was a fake. But Hwasan noticed the look of this guy and asked him why he was looking like that at him and said that he had better eat first because then it would be difficult to run. The guy looked at the young master in surprise and froze for a few seconds. Hwasan asked him to stop staring at him so stupidly and continue eating his food. The guy suddenly said that he wanted to find out about the ancestors of the young master. But Hwasan answered this to the guy that he didn't know those people who attacked them, and despite this, he now wants to know about his ancestors. These words upset the guys. He let his head down. But suddenly he heard the voice of the young master and looked up at him in surprise to listen carefully to what he had to say. Hwasan tried to explain that these people will come again and that what happened today is just the beginning, and these people are unlikely to stop. These words frightened the students very much and they felt uneasy. Hwasang scratched his head using all his fingers and thought that they needed to calm them down somehow. He looked at these children and asked if they needed help, which he could provide. Suddenly, he raised his hand up and showed 2 fingers. Hwasan said that he can help them, but he has 2 conditions that they will not have to fulfill. Hwasang told him the conditions that interested him so that he could help them. When he expressed everything that he thought, he decided to ask them again if they understood everything. There were only 2 conditions, if you don't fulfill them, in which case he will be able to protect them. The student asked if the young master was going to visit the land of the founders of the Vulcan sect. Hwasan to this guy that he understood everything correctly, and the Altai of their ancestors rests there, and he would like to look at it. The guy replied that it would be easy to do if the young gentleman wanted it so much. They would definitely help him. Hwasan decided to get up from his seat and go down the steps, after which he took the guy by the hand. He put this guy's hand on his shoulder and looked into his eyes. Hwasan said that the second thing he wants to ask them is that they let him do whatever he wants. But the student did not understand how he could even say something like that, because he does not have such rights. Hwasan said that unfortunately, he doesn't have time to think because the opponents are already very close. The guy looked back and heard some loud noise in the distance. He realized that she was actually opponents approaching. So he said the very phrase that the young gentleman wanted to hear. Hwasan said that he is not happy with the intonation in his voice because it sounds very bland, and he wants the guy to say it with soul. Hwasan said that the guy should put the sword on his shoulder and say it as if he were some kind of gentleman. It seemed to the student that the young master was behaving very strangely and was demanding the impossible from him. Hwasan explained that there is nothing complicated here, and it's all the same as playing knights, and he always wanted to try it. Suddenly, opponents appeared in the city and moved very quickly between houses, jumping from roof to roof. Hwasan shouted very loudly that the opponents were already very close, and they did not have time to wait, so the guy must say as quickly as possible. The enemies at this moment were already almost near the walls of the palace, and they had very little time left to penetrate the palace. But when they came closer to the palace, they suddenly saw something very scary. The leader shouted very loudly and ordered everyone to stop immediately. They noticed that hanging on a large bamboo stick was the head of a master who was destroyed in the previous battle. They froze in place and could not move because it was a terrible picture that terrified the entire squad and made them demoralized. They couldn't believe that this crazy guy showed off their master's head like a real maniac. This act made one of the leaders very angry. He said that he would tear this guy to shreds, but the second guy stopped him and said that he shouldn't do anything stupid. He explained this by saying that first they needed to check what was going on inside, and at that moment Hwasan saw them all. He looked at the pros and asked them if they still hadn't decided what they would do next. He looked at them from a distance and said that either they go down and fight like real warriors, or they better leave here right away. But these arrogant words from an unknown guy seriously angered them and hurt their honor and pride. So they didn't say that they weren't afraid of some unknown idiot. Hwasan smiled and said that this guy doesn't know anything and doesn't know how. It would be even more interesting if I didn't know who he was. And after that, he said that this is his land. Hwasan explained to them that they invaded his land without permission, and he should ask them who they are. The leader of the squad could not believe that someone would have such impudence to communicate with him like this, and said that he would immediately kill him. Hwasang used his power, and suddenly his eyes turned white. He created a very bright beam of light that had incredible uranium and threw back one of the opponents. The enemy fell onto the roof of the building and hit his back against the wooden coverings of this roof, and the rest of the fighters jumped to the sides so as not to receive damage. They were angry because this guy challenged an entire squad at once. But Hwasan was not afraid of them, and he even smiled when he felt that raindrops were falling on his face. And in front of him, there were now a large number of opponents with whom he could play. He was happy that he could finally, in practice, try all his knowledge in martial arts and fight with these empty-headed forgivers. He saw the blades of his opponent's balls approaching his palm. Hwasan was able to break their iron swords with one blow of his hand and turn them into only fragments. After he repulsed this one, he decided to make a rapid dash forward towards his opponents. The enemy did not expect that this guy would be so fast and would be able to approach him in a few seconds. Hwasan grabbed his opponent by the neck with his hand and began to choke him. He used his internal energy, after which an explosion occurred on the roof of the building, and a bright flash appeared that for a moment blinded everyone who was nearby and looked at them. Hwasan did not spare his energy and destroyed his enemies with extreme cruelty so that they finally began to realize who they were dealing with. The fighters began to panic because they were not prepared for the fact that their enemy would have such incredible power. But the leader of the squad ordered not to panic and continue to fight because just one enemy would still not be able to defeat them all. He raised his sword up and ordered his fighters to attack him from different sides and not be afraid of his stupid strength. Hwasan looked and realized that they had decided to attack him all together from different sides. He stood calmly in his place, preparing to immediately repel all their blows. Hwasan saw a large number of opponents who were rapidly rushing towards him in order to kill him, but he thought that it would be even better because he would not have to fight with each one separately. He created a powerful explosion that could be seen from a great distance and better than the light that came from this explosion. It touched the sky itself. The students watched the battle with concern and did not understand what was happening now in the center of the battle. They thought that the young master might get hurt. The guy suddenly realized that the conditions that the master spoke were just an excuse to start this battle, because the young master Hwasan simply wanted to give her life for them without a reason. He pulled out his sword and said that they couldn't let him kill himself, and they had to help him immediately. But suddenly he saw something very strange and did not understand how the sea reacted to it. A very powerful blue flash of light flew near a squad of students. In the center of this outbreak was Mr. Hwasan, who easily threw his opponents in different directions. And they saw his smile. He shouted that he had not had so much fun for a long time. The student suddenly realized that this homeowner was a real martial artist, whom he had never seen or heard anything about before. Despite the fact that Hwasan was much stronger than them, they still continued to attack him and fought until the last drop of blood. Hwasan felt that an enemy was approaching him from behind using a lightning strike. He turned his head back to look closely at the enemy who was approaching him. He turned sharply and placed a block in order to hold back this attack and block it. He was easily able to repel the lightning strike and penetrated without causing any damage to him. He landed on his feet behind him and froze in that position for a moment. After that, he stood up and lowered his sword down. He wanted to understand what was happening to his enemy now. But suddenly, he felt his hand trembling and realized that his menstruation was beginning to split into small pieces. He felt very strong pain and blood began to spill out of his mouth. He fell to his knees and dropped his sword, after which he grabbed his chest with his hand and began coughing up blood. Hwasan at that moment stood motionless and collected the energy that he had just splashed out of his hands back into his fingers. The student looked at him in surprise and could not believe that the young master was capable of such things. Hwasan drew blood on his face and told the students that he promised to protect them, and he did it. Hwasan defeated the last enemy and said that now they can go to the volcano and fulfill his request. The next morning, not everyone went together to the long ramp that led to the volcano sect. The students were very tired, and their faces were downcast because the events that had happened over the past couple of days had measured them. All this time, the student was thinking about something. Where are they going, this terrible place? He looked at the mountains and saw a building that was at the top. He thought that he was returning again to where he risked his life and from where he had recently escaped. Hwasong was lying on the horse and was very relaxed. He was trying to rest and gain new energy. Suddenly, they didn't see that an old man riding a donkey was approaching them, shouting very loudly that he had returned. Nikki really didn't understand where the old man came from here. They thought that this old man licked as soon as the right moment came, and then he appeared again. Hwasan asked the old man if he did what he was asked, and the old man replied that he sent a man to the king's general and to the lord at the central administrative body in Xi'an. Hwasan yawned very loudly, and after that said that he did not believe that they believed what the old man told them. But he explained to them that in the dead of night, robbers invaded them and began waving their weapons. And thanks to the fact that every dog in Xi'an knows the young master Hwasan, they were clearly surprised by this. Hwasan asked how the king reacted to this news because this doesn't happen often. The king was outraged when he heard all this and said that I think the owner Hwasan from Xi'an was kidnapped by late-night robbers and this is outrageous. He shouted loudly that His Excellency was furious and ordered to immediately hurry up and kill these bandits to save the young master. The soldiers raised their weapons and shouted in thunder that you will carry out the general's order. The general shouted very loudly that they were moving out immediately, and there was no time to be wasted here. They began to run forward very quickly, and each soldier wanted to carry out the general's order as quickly as possible. But when the student heard this story, he became even more interested in finding out who this young gentleman was and where he came from. He had such connections with the king, because in fact he would have deceived the high-ranking person responsible for public order in Xi'an. She thought that if the young master was actually such a close friend of the king, then in that case it wouldn't just happen to him. The old man smiled and continued to tell the young master about the king's reaction when he heard all this. But suddenly grandfather felt that someone was looking at him from behind. The guy looked at this grandfather and was interested in listening to all these stories about the king. The old man saw the guy's reaction and smiled at him so that he would not feel awkward in this situation. When the guy made eye contact with this old man, he bowed and greeted him. He realized that it was time to meet him and said that he was a representative of the Vulcan sect and his name was Baek Chagon. The old man began to smile even wider and said that he was already too old and forgot about the need to greet new people. Peck threw up his hands and said that there was nothing wrong with that, but he still wanted to be curious and find out the old man's name. The old man hit himself on the forehead with his palm and said that he had completely begun to forget about everything. He smiled again and said that my name is Baek Ok Dan, but they can't just call him Old Man Dan. But when the guy heard the name of this old man, he couldn't believe that this was actually the person he was thinking about. The rest of the students started laughing when you heard them and could not contain their emotions. Beck ordered all students to immediately show respect and stop laughing at this man. He wondered how they could all meet in one place. Beck thought that this couple of young master and old man Dan was very strange, and he never thought that he would ever be able to meet such people. Clouds suddenly began to appear in the sky, which meant that it would soon start to rain. Peck raised his head up and thought that it was raining again, and it was here in this place that the enemies killed his master and all his brothers. They approached the road that led them to the volcano sect, which was located between the mountains. Hwasan got off his horse and stopped next to it, after which he asked everyone to stop. He asked Peck to take off the cape he was wearing. Hwasan shouted very loudly and ordered to do it as quickly as possible because he was not going to wait long. Peck could not object to the young master. He had to take off the cape that he was wearing and covered him from the rain. After this, the young gentleman asked the old man to throw him a bottle of alcohol, and the old man took this bottle out of the bag and threw it. Hwasang caught the bottle and then took a few sips of the rice wine that was in the bottle. Beck didn't understand why the young master was doing all these actions now and what he wanted to do next. Hwasang put the cape on himself and asked the rest of the group to stay here and wait for him to return. Hwasan finished the alcohol that was in the bottle and then threw it back to the old man. Hwasan said that he would be back soon, and now they just need to wait for him. When he left, they all bowed after him, and Old Man Dan grabbed a bottle of alcohol to put it back in the bag. After the last battle, the buildings were in very poor condition, and it seemed that they were not suitable for living. Hwasang climbed up the destroyed steps and wanted to get to this place as quickly as possible. He approached the central gate, of which practically nothing was left, and stopped at this place to carefully examine everything. He read the inscription that was written on the tablet, and it said that it is necessary to spare a fearless world in which the sword and the body are a single whole, and, while improving morally, does not strive for personal gain and sacrifice one's life in order to make the life of the weak easier. Zvasan stood for several seconds and looked at this inscription, trying to think about everything that was written on it. Suddenly, a light lit up in his eyes, and he seemed to be replaying in his head the moment that connected him with this place. Hwasan was still very small. We asked his grandfather if this was the teaching of the sect, and his grandfather replied that he understood everything correctly. Hwasan at grandfather's. Did they really receive their recognition? And grandfather at that moment cut off the branches of the tree and said that they completed their mission 300 years ago. Grandfather explained that their names are immortalized on the land of the founders once and for all. Hwasan asked his grandfather if they really were the kings of the cruel and brought the world into balance. And his grandfather explained to him that everything was exactly like that and no one helped them. Help was simply taken from nowhere and this was their mission. He said that when someone appears who will desecrate the honor of the volcano sect and remember the volcano at the time of disaster, and the shadow of the volcano from the betrayal of society. Huasan was holding cups of water in his hands at that moment and trying not to drop them or spill a single drop. Huasan told his grandfather that Vulcan has a very complex mission, and the people of the Vulcan sect doing their duty probably don't know about them. But Grandpa continued to trim the small branches of the tree with large scissors. Huasan wanted to understand why he and his grandfather know about himself and who doesn't know about them. The grandfather silently continued to trim the branches of the trees and did not answer his little grandson. Huasan smiled because he remembered a very important moment of his childhood. Huasan touched the wooden beam with his hand and said that he could not find the answer to this question, and he was wondering what this inscription could mean. He scratched his head and said that first he needs help, and this inscription doesn't mean anything because it's just letters. Huasan looked forward and said that, however, something has changed since then, and it is unlikely that it will ever be the same again. Huasan smiled and told his grandfather that today he would learn about all the treasures of the volcano sector. It was very cloudy in the mountains after dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The students asked the old man if he needed help, but he told them that he knew how to take care of malls. Suddenly we heard some very strange loud scream of a person. Peck didn't understand where this scream came from and who it was that often started shouting loudly. They all looked at the top of the mountain together and realized that the scream was coming from there. And Peck thought that from these wills, the heavens and earth would be settled. He wondered what was happening at the top of the mountain, why someone was screaming so loudly there. Huasan walked forward towards the enemy and asked them if they couldn't move faster. He sometimes took his head and said that he is a very busy man and he doesn't have much time to play with it. He looked at the enemy who was approaching him very quickly and wanted to attack. The enemy put out his sword and quickly jerked the enemy's body with his sword. Huasan launched very fast attacks on the enemy, and the enemy did not even have time to defend against them. Huasan destroyed his enemies one by one and left behind only the dead or wounded bodies of his fallen enemies. He walked forward, not paying attention to the enemies lying on the ground. But suddenly, one of the guys grabbed his hand. Huasan turned his attention to this guy and didn't like that this fool allowed himself to touch him. The warrior shouted very loudly with the rest of the fighters to kill him immediately. The soldiers listened to this guy's order and immediately attacked him from different sides so that we could always kill him. Huasan raised his hands up and prepared to counterattack. He accumulated energy in his palm to make a powerful attack and knock back all enemies with one blow. Huasang accumulated enough energy and began to attack enemies with her fists and her palms, scattering them in different directions. They could not resist such force, and all he could do was receive very powerful damage. He walked forward and left behind only the corpses of enemies who resisted him and tried to stop him. Not only the sect of swords fell, but also the real military and 9 castles and 100 roads were destroyed. This information was reported by the intelligence officer to his master. The scout said that now the mere mention of the Cheonsan sect makes everyone fall to their knees and bow their heads before this sect. And to this the gentleman replied, "Now the most important thing for them is to save their skins and not get into a fight." The gentleman asked them what was happening with the Chon Nam sect, and the intelligence officer reported that they had taken an oath and said that they would follow the principle of the path of the sword. He bowed and said that the purge of the Vulcan sect who refused their offer should already be completed. These words did not make the Lord very happy, because he was hoping to hear that the sector had already been destroyed. The gentleman waved his hand and said that it was all very boring, and he was hoping to hear something more interesting. The scouts said that they can send a pet gentleman named Yang, and he will complete the mission soon. But the gentleman answered negatively, and this answer surprised the guy. The gentleman said that he waited too long and stomped around on the outskirts for too long and did not take serious action. The soldiers did not understand what the gentleman was getting at, what he wanted to say now. But suddenly, a man in white clothes came into the room and greeted Mr. It was a plump man with a small mustache. He said that the gentleman should change his mind about visiting Xi'an because the news of what he was going to do would quickly spread around the world and all the officials and the king could get in their way. But the gentleman replied that all this did not bother him and they would still send their armies to the volcano. The men asked in a surprised voice why the gentleman suddenly decided to do everything this way. The gentleman replied that if I do not destroy one of the oldest sects, he Yo Yang Zhong will bring the name of Cheonsan to heaven. But the man tried to object and said that the sector could cope without his intervention and he shouldn't do it. Yang Zhong answered him that he knows this without him, and he has already made a decision, so he doesn't need advisors. He looked down at him and said that today he was lenient, but if this man again does not watch his tongue, he will lose his head. The man had no other choice but to reconcile himself and lower his head down, looking down at the floor with his eyes downcast. Hwasan at that moment had already crossed the suspension bridge that connected two high cliffs. He suddenly saw an eagle that landed near a dead soldier, and he became interested in examining this bird. Hwasong moved closer to the eagle to interact with her. He grabbed it by the throat and lifted it up so that the bird could not fly anywhere, and listened to him carefully. Hwasan said that the bird should fly to its master and tell the owner that Hwasan came to this place. After these words, he let the bird go and ordered it to fly as quickly as possible, because he had no desire to wait here for a long time. He took a torch that hung on the wall near the entrance to the cave and went inside this dark place. He saw an inscription that was on the wall, and it said that this place was called the Cave of Great Objects. He looked around and thought that it must be here somewhere, and he wants to find it as quickly as possible. Hwasan moved from foot to seam forward, constantly looking around and looking for that very room. He found a large room in which there were many torches, and in the center of this room there was an altar. He realized that he had come to the place he was looking for. Hwasan smiled because he managed to find the room he was looking for in this cave. At the bottom of the altar, there was some object on which hieroglyphs were written. Hwasan looked at this object and was delighted, after which he closed his eyes and just stood silently for several seconds. Hwasan knelt in front of this altar and sat silently in front as if he was going to meditate. He again remembered the moments of his childhood when he asked his grandfather if they could live together with the volcano after completing his mission. Grandfather answered him that they could do this, and then they, as followers of Buddhist monks doing good deeds, would be able to find their way. And Hwasan answered him that you want this day to come as soon as possible and he misses competing with his brothers. Grandfather replied, maybe he's just an ordinary fool, and when that day comes, the first thing he should do is pay Danya respect to the founder of the sect. Grandfather said that this must be remembered once and for all and asked the boy to continue training. He looked at his partner and said that if this day comes and they fulfill their destiny, they will be able to announce their return to the volcano and also return all their knowledge about the exercises. Hwasan continued to sit with his eyes closed in front of this altar and replay these moments in his head again and again. Suddenly, he thought about all this and returned to reality in which he was finally able to get to this place. Hwasan that this is all somehow very difficult, and before it seemed to him that it should be much easier. Hwasan sat in front of this altar and looked at it as if it were a living creature. He put his hand into the inner pocket of his shirt and took out a book, and then said that it was time to return the teaching. He touched this altar with his hand and prepared to give away the book with the teaching. But first, he decided to turn this small wooden artifact to the side. After he did this, he stood in front of this wooden altar and looked at it silently for several seconds. He understood that now the time had come to part with the teaching that had been with him all his life, and that it now needed to be put in this place. There was a hole in the stone steps that appeared after he unwrapped the wooden artifact. He saw the inscription that was written in this secret compartment, and after reading this inscription, he realized that it said that it was an eagle snake. Hwasan looked at the notebook that was in his hand and said that now it became clear to him what her name was. Hwasan put it in a secret notebook and said that the name that was passed down from generation to generation has now become known even to him. For him, this was a very important process. He treated it with the utmost seriousness and reverence. But suddenly he froze for a moment and thought that he wanted to do one more thing before putting this book there. Hwasan raised his hand up and began to emit fire from his palm. He touched this book with his burning hand and placed it right in the center of the green cover. Suddenly, he was afraid of his action and did not understand what he had just done. The book began to burn and tear into many small pieces, and it flew in different directions. Hwasan said that the treasured book suddenly turned into dust, and there was nothing left of it, and the knowledge that was in it was also destroyed. But he smiled, grabbed the wooden altar with his hand, and said that he should have returned the book back, but now he will just have to forget about it. He closed the secret check and said that there was absolutely no point in this mission. He did not understand the honor of keeping a promise made hundreds of years ago, and asked the altar if the blood of the ancestors of 8 generations flows in his veins. He said that he was able to improve these unfortunate 8 fighting techniques, and all this is absolutely free, so we don't like it either. So it became interesting what would happen if he turned this wooden block in the other direction. Hwasan grabbed this wooden block and turned it to the right side counterclockwise, and said that he wasted his youth studying all this nonsense. He smiled and said that he must receive payment for his services and wants to receive it as soon as possible. He carefully watched the step that began to open after he opened it. Inside the diarrhea, he saw another book that lay hidden in a stone. He took this book and said that he was finally able to find it, and this would be his reward for learning all this. He read Netflix, which was written on stones, and learned that this fighting technique is called Amhyam. He knew that this technique was created for those who completed their mission while remaining in the shadows. In Hausa times, those who desecrated the honor and entrusted the glorious name of the volcano were not stolen, and these were nameless leaders who hid them so that no one knew them and no one could win them over to their side. Hwasan started shouting very loudly that this was funny and that hardly anyone would like it because he was different and they were similar in some way. But it was still very strange. Hwasan began flipping through the pages of this book and said that they really think that he is crazy and will give it all away for free because he did everything that was required of him. He was very angry because he did not find money here and slammed this book shut. After that, he took a deep breath and realized that he had no other choice, so he had to do the same to her. Hwasang put his hand on this book and began to burn it just like he burned the last book to ashes. He looked at this altar and laughed, and in fact, there was nothing here that he actually wanted to find. He said that there is no honor if they don't know him and don't notice him. Hwasang began to walk towards the exit of the cave and held his hands behind his back. He suddenly turned back and I looked around me again. He looked at this cave and stopped near its exit. He looked into the darkness that was inside this cave. Hwasan said in a very loud voice with a smile on his face that he wishes this cave all the best and hopes that they will never see each other again. Peck told the old man that the mules graze in the meadow all day without resting, and the old man at that moment averted his eyes to the side. Suddenly, he heard a strange cry and said that he had a feeling as if they were calling. But Peck didn't understand how this old man sensed the signal sent by the young master, and most likely there was some kind of connection between them. Peck asked the old man if he wanted to tell him anything else about what would happen now, but the old man said that they would see everything for themselves. When they climbed the mountain, Peck shouted very loudly in surprise because he couldn't believe that he was seeing all this with his own eyes. They stood near the gate, and in front of them, there was a huge number of corpses of people from the enemy sect who had captured this place. The guys said that they must quickly find the wounded brothers and the master, who most likely should be hiding somewhere here. Peck started running towards the guys who were able to find something. He hoped that they would be able to see the survivors of this knowledge. The students opened the door and said that they had found many wounded inside the building and wanted to save them. But suddenly, Peck and the rest of the students stopped because they saw something very strange that made them measure. At that moment, young Master Hwasan was lying on the roof of the building and holding his hands behind his head. He was yawning very loudly and wanted to sleep. Hwasan asked them to do everything as quickly as possible and try to be careful because there might be traps inside. He gave the order for the rest of the students to prepare something clear for the victims because they are most likely very hungry and they need to renew their strength. Hwasan continued to lie on the roof at that moment and said that it looks like they have blocked the points. Pak shouted very loudly and asked the young master to help them because they couldn't cope on their own. Hwasan said that he doesn't understand this well and can't help them in any way, so they should rely only on themselves. Peck lowered his head down and admitted that despite the fact that he had studied the occupation points, he had little experience. If he tried to do something on his own, he was afraid that he might make them disabled. The students began to ask elder brother Beck what they should do in these situations, because they were unlikely to be able to save the remaining survivors. But suddenly, Hwasan jumped off the roof and said that although he knows one way to solve this problem and help them all, Beck bowed to the young master, thanked him, and asked him to help them as quickly as possible. Hwasan looked at this guy and told him to never go back on his words and keep his promises. Hwasan carefully looked at all these guys and said that all of them had their Ma-ne streams blocked. He peed his beard with his fingers and thought for several seconds about how best to act in this situation. He looked at one of the wounded soldiers and saw his weak stream of energy that radiated from his body. His eyes were closed, and drops were running down his face because his body was experiencing tension that did not allow him to come to his senses. But suddenly his eyes opened and he started coughing up blood as if someone had hit him very hard. Hwasan hit this guy's head with his palm as hard as he could and threw him back. These actions infuriated Pak, and he did not understand what was happening and why the young master had just hit the master in the face. Peck began to run towards the master and wanted to help him as quickly as possible and find out about his well-being. But unexpectedly for himself, he saw that the master came to his senses and helped him get to his feet. The master looked to the side and saw a guy who had just hit him on the head, and thereby made him feel worse. Hwasan began to stretch his fist and smiled. He said that in this guy's eyes, he can see that everything he's looking for is far from okay. Hwasan delivered another blow, after which the master flew to the side and hit his head very hard on the ground. Hwasan saw the dissatisfaction of all the students and older brother Bayek, but he warned them that his measures could be radical. They should not give up their request. Hwasan turned his head back and said that now he is finally finished, and this is his personal way to unlock the eye-dotted dots. The girls saw that now his fingers were approaching her face, and they understood that he would also hit her with all his might. So she was very scared. But suddenly she felt a light flick of a finger on her forehead and realized that it wasn't that painful. Hwasan smiled again and said that now he needs to restore all the other wounded brothers. On the mountain, very loud screams of pain were heard from the wounded soldiers who were unconscious all this time. Clouds flew over the city and created a wall between the earth and sky and covered the sun. The scene of action is transferred to the palace of the feudal lord San. In the central square there was a man who shouted very loudly that they must find Hwasan. He raised up and shouted that they should search all the houses without exception and seize all suspicious people without trial or investigation. This man was called Feudal Lord Ko Yom Jin. He ordered everyone to immediately go in search and not waste time in vain to see not this must be done as quickly as possible. The soldiers of their large squad went to the city. They drove so fast that large clouds of dust were left behind them. When they got to the city, they began to arrest absolutely all the men who seemed suspicious to them, or similar to him. Some of the men were taken straight from their homes and thrown into the street without explaining to them the reason for their actions. 2 men were lying on the ground and were scared because a weapon was pointed at their face, and they did not understand what sins these soldiers had now caught them for. One of the soldiers said that by order of the king, they are investigating a kidnapping case, and they must capture all the martial artists. General Thunder shouted that every man arrested who resists will be killed. Men who were proficient in martial arts were in a difficult position because they could not resist and had to obey the orders of the soldiers. Some of the men hid in houses and looked out from behind the wall to understand what was going on here. The old janitor looked at them and asked if they hadn't heard what was happening in the city now. The old man said that the young master was kidnapped at night and many corpses were found in his house, and no one understands who dared to do such an act. The residents of the city were concerned about this news and hoped that everything was fine with the young gentleman, but they were worried that the soldiers were looking for him all night. The old man squinted one eye and said that there was a rumor that the young master was attacked by a martial artist. People began to discuss the fact that their young master was a very kind person and did not understand who even came up with the idea of stealing him, much less attacking him. There was a very tense situation in the city that frightened all the residents. Elder Yun Taeom was not sitting on the grass, and he looked very worried because he was worried about the situation that happened in Songdo. He ordered his soldier to be sure to find So Swasan at all costs, and the soldier bowed to him and said that he would carry out the order. But suddenly the soldier asked the master a question and asked why he did not send soldiers outside the fortress. Yun Taeom replied that they would do it later, and the Vulcan and Cheongnan sects were under attack, so the king decided to send troops to personally lead them. The soldier was shocked to say the least when he learned that the king was personally going to do this. Despite the general panic between people in the city, there was a very good and peaceful atmosphere, as if nothing had happened. General Zhang Zhongxing tied a cloak around his neck. He took his sword, which lay not far from him, and told the man who had just approached him that he did not expect to meet him so quickly. This man's name was Huang Cheonguang, and he replied that the general, as always, arrives a little earlier than the others. General Zhang Zhong smiled and answered him that despite this, Huang is late as always, and this is already becoming a real tradition. Huang told the general that the king ordered him to be brought safe and sound, to which General Zhang replied that he did not know the relationship between the king and Sosukhen, but he would do everything possible to fulfill this order. His face wrinkled, and he said that even without the order, he would have volunteered to find him anyway. Huang looked at the general in surprise and could not believe that he was so passionate about this task, because he is a general who is known for his composure, but nevertheless speaks of this young gentleman with such kindness. The king, along with his retinue, was walking along his palace, but suddenly a subject ran up to him and said that he had urgent news. King Yeyo looked at Commander Huang and asked what happened to him and why he was so worried. Commander Huang asked to explain why the king decided to go so far for the sake of an ordinary guy, and he tried to explain that people might think the wrong thing. King Yeyo replied that he was absolutely not bothered by people's opinions on this matter, but the commander still wanted to know what the reason was. The king raised his eyebrows and said with confidence in his voice that he wants to go personally on this mission because he has his own reasons for doing it. He said that he would go to Sioan to find Seo Huasan and find out what really happened there. Commander Huang shouted very loudly and asked the king to think about it again and tried to explain that it was not worth doing this for the sake of one person. But the king simply smiled and tried to explain to him that, unfortunately, the commander did not quite understand the whole situation. King Yeyo tried to explain that it was necessary to keep this man close and that he should not be allowed to disappear from sight. He ordered the horse to go faster, and to do this he kicked it. He was riding a horse and thought that until that moment everything was calm, and it seemed that there would be no problems. They ordered their horses to gallop, and after that their speed increased several times, and the horses started racing as fast as comets. At the top of the mountain in the Vulcan boss sect, young disciples can be heard crying. They held wooden tablets with the names of their brothers and teachers in their hands and cried. They lost so many loved ones in this battle. They tried to support each other, and I don't understand why everything happened this way and couldn't believe that their friends could no longer be returned. On the ground, there were a large number of corpses of their brothers in arms who would never be able to fight again. Hwasan at that moment walked between these students and watched them cry. He realized that they had lost so many people. The elder lit the torch and came forward so that we could all pay attention to him. He said that it is impossible to hide sadness and mental suffering, and as long as they are alive and do not take responsibility for the problems of this world, and therefore their life after death will not be sad. After these words, he took a few steps towards the wooden structure on which lay the dead bodies of their brothers. It was very difficult for the students to watch their friends leave them forever, and so some of them turned away and closed their eyes or lowered their heads down. The elder threw a torch at the wooden structure to set it on fire. A few seconds later, the structure began to burn with a bright flame, and they watched as their friends burned in this fire. One of the guys at that moment stood near a large wooden beam and watched this from afar. Hwasan asked Baek Chagon why he is not with them now and is standing away from everyone. But Baek Chagon couldn't answer and started crying and hiding his face in the wooden beam. He wanted to answer something, but he couldn't because the tears were flowing out of his eyes more and more, and he didn't have enough strength to stop it. Hwasan realized that this guy would hardly be able to answer him now because it was very difficult for him to survive these events. He raised his head up and looked at the large flame that was growing every second and more and more. He saw the fire become incredibly large and almost touch the sky. He couldn't believe that for these guys, the death of their brothers would leave them with such a storm of emotions, and he didn't want to watch them suffer. Hwasong hit himself with his fist and promised himself that he would definitely figure it out and help these young students. Hwasan turned to Hosa's grandfather and promised him that he would complete this mission, no matter how difficult it might be, and would see it through to the end. Near the gate of the house of young Master Hwasan, there were two chroniclers, and one of them said that if these robbers appeared, he would show them all his strength. But suddenly, a man appeared behind him and hit him on the neck with all his might, and it happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to notice anything. A gentleman appeared in front of them, accompanied by two assassins who had just neutralized the guards standing near the gate. The gentleman took a step forward and stepped on the step with his foot in order to climb up. This gentleman was called the strategist of the Cheon-san sect, and his name was Yang Zhong. He saw the ruins and disorder that remained here after the battle, and decided to carefully examine everything. Yang Zhong asked the assassin how it all happened, and the servant replied that the thug Han Wu Yan was found among the corpses. Yang Zhong raised his eyes to him and looked in surprise. After that, he asked who else was found dead here. The servant replied that Elder Wu and Elder Song were also there in that battle and suffered in that battle. He talked about how both elder thugs were supposed to kill the head of the volcano sector, but suddenly fell silent because he saw the gentleman's fan in front of his face. Yang Zhong thought about this situation and couldn't believe that the sect's head thug was killed. He looked around and thought that there was not a single trace of battle in this place, and he could not believe that the Vulcan sect had such power. He saw a wooden block on the ground and picked it up to take a closer look after that. He thought that they knew for sure that the sector was captured by Vulcan when they attacked them at night, and he was expecting news that the master of the Vulcan sect was finished. But their great students were exterminated, and now they want to personally figure out what happened here, and how this is even possible. He didn't know how Han Wuyan died, but the very facts of his death raise a lot of questions in him. Young Jong thought about the fact that the two elders who were raised by the main house were killed as if they had no idea. He looked at the moon and then asked his servant if they could find out anything about the abducted. The servant replied that these people were the young master who lived in this house and his old servant. He closed his eyes and said that young master is a genius who has won first place in the national exam twice and has a good reputation in the West Bank and was once at the Academy of Sciences in the capital. He said that this seemed to be the reason for the bad situation on the West Bank, but he still had a lot of questions. He still couldn't give you the answer why the main disciples of the sect were killed like ordinary peasants who were incapable of anything. The gentleman asked the service if they were somehow connected with the Vulcan sect, but the servant replied that there was no information that they were somehow connected with them, so most likely it was not connected. But after all this, the servant was able to find out the name of the young master, and it sounds like Hwasan, and in Chinese this name is very similar to the word volcano. When Yang Zhong heard this, his face turned a little pale, and he was shocked when he heard this information. The servant said that this young master was not the only one who had such a strange name. The servant said that the abducted man's father's name was Seo So-ak, and his grandfather, Seo Tai-hwa, and his grandfather had the same name, So Hwa-san, and they repeat the same names from generation to generation. Young Zhou drew an analogy between all these and the names, and realized that not everyone points to the names of the Vulcan sect, but this could just be a coincidence. The servant said that they also said repeatedly that they were with the family of scientists for several generations and that they have nothing in common with martial arts. Young Zhou lowered his head down and ordered to gather all the disciples from the main house and carefully scout out all the information possible about this family. The servant looked at his master in surprise and asked him if he really meant every Hwasan family. The master replied that by noon tomorrow he should receive a report and he should not have any questions left about this family. And the servant immediately bowed to his master and jumped up in order to begin the task as soon as possible. Night had fallen and it was already very quiet in the mountains, and the houses that were on the top of the mountains were illuminated by moonlight. The elders wrote on paper that a tragic event occurred where the best students of the main sects died. He and other elders wrote that suffering made people much stronger. He described in his letter that the trials strengthened unity and forced everyone to stick together and value human life. The power of the Vulcan sect now comes not only from itself, but also from other resources. Letters were tied to white doves so that they could send them to designated places. In the morning, the students sent pigeons to send letters to the designated points as quickly as possible and inform everyone about what happened. The pigeons were flying along their usual trajectory, and at that moment, one of the pigeons saw a large number of soldiers who were rapidly running forward on their horses. They constantly urged their horses and ordered them to run even faster because they wanted to get to the right place as quickly as possible. Young Zhou said that dawn was approaching and it was time to go back, and the servant obediently listened to his order. But suddenly the gentleman saw a white dove that flew in on them and immediately drew attention to it. He realized that this dove is a messenger on his leg. Most likely there is now a letter attached with some important information. One of the pigeons flew into the palace, where at that moment fencing training was taking place in which about 100 soldiers took part. The teacher saw that the voice landed on his shoulder and dreamed of his feet writing a letter in order to read it. Another pigeon at this moment was approaching its destination to give a letter. The gentleman saw that the naked man landed on his hand and realized that someone had written a message for him. Elsewhere, another martial artist also caught a pigeon that brought him an important message. When I didn't read this message, everyone had a worried expression on their face because they didn't expect to see such news. The soldiers heard the voice of their leader who asked them to return unharmed after the battle. He approached his daughter and told her that he would be back soon and asked her not to worry about him. But the girl looked at him and didn't understand why he so abruptly decided to leave somewhere and didn't tell her. At that moment, the herd of horses and riders continued to rapidly move forward. The gates slowly began to close, and behind them the transportation of provisions could be seen. A few seconds later, the gates closed and the loud sound of doors slamming was heard. After they were closed, no one could get inside until it was opened for them. The soldiers continued to drive forward and tried not to slow down so as not to waste valuable time. In front of them was a wasteland and plains along the edges. Only rocks and the dust that remained from their horses were visible. They rode at incredible speed, and the leaders tried with all their might to overtake each other and set an example for their warriors. They raised their flags and banners that fluttered in the wind and made it clear to everyone who they were and what tribe or sect they were. The leaders smiled and asked Senior Jang how long it had been since their last meeting. He turned his head at him, smiled, and said that 20 years have already passed and, unfortunately, they meet only when some kind of disaster occurs. At that moment, they did not hear the voice of another leader who greeted them very loudly. He clasped his hands together and said that his name was Seok Chun, and he transferred with him to the army because he heard that there were serious problems. From that moment on, their three armies united another large sow of soldiers who followed their leaders. Jang bowed to him in greeting and said that they all came from different places, but they all have the same goal. Three large armies of allies quickly rushed towards the Vulcan sect in order to support them and help them in the fight against vile opponents. The weather was great that day, and it was very warm outside. Hwasan informed the student that he was already leaving, but the student was worried about those words and at least find out where he was going. He asked the young master to tell him where he was going to go. Hwasan turned his head at him and looked at this guy with a dissatisfied look. He said that he should not report to anyone about where he was going to go. Beck spread his hands and said that he did not demand to report on the actions of the young master, but he was just curious where they were not going. And at that moment, the old man put the backpack on his shoulders and said that he was ready to move out. Beck understood that he had no right to ask the young gentleman where he was going to go, but at that moment I saw that he put his hand on his shoulder. Hwasan looked at the boy and asked him to finally grow up and become a real adult, because he really lacks this in order to go further in his development. But Beck didn't understand what the young master meant and why he said such words to him. Hwasan and the old man began to leave, but suddenly they did not hear the voice of this guy who asked them to stop for a while and called them benefactors. Hwasan turned his head back and looked at this guy. These words made him stand still for a while. Beck pointed his hand at the other disciples and elders and said that they wanted to thank the young master before he left. Hwasan scratched his ear with his finger and said that all this was already starting to irritate him, but he just couldn't get out of here. The elders worshipped the young master, and realizing their weakness in front of him, were forced to thank him for saving their lives. Hwasan sat on the cart and said that 3 days had already passed, and he didn't understand why they decided to thank him right now. But these words caused discontent among the elders, and they did not understand why this guy was behaving so arrogantly. Hwasan went down from the cart and approached the guy and said that everything was fine, and he helped because he felt sorry for Beck. But he didn't care about these old men at all. These words angered the elders even more, and they could not hide their dissatisfaction. But despite this, they still continued to remain silent. Hwasan waved his hand and said that he was very tired of looking at these dissatisfied faces, so he suggested that they disperse as quickly as possible. But as soon as he approached the cart and was about to climb onto it, one of the elders stopped him and asked him to listen to what he had to say. It was a gray-haired old man with a large gray mustache, and he said that his name was Yu Beck, and he heard from a younger student that in return for help, the young master asked to visit the ancestral cave. Hwasan said that everything happened like that, but he doesn't understand why the old man decided to remember it. Yu Beck asked him if he had heard anything about the Punisher, and at that moment he narrowed his eyes and looked attentively at the young master. Hwasan looked at the old man in surprise and said that he had never heard anything like this, and didn't even understand what kind of nonsense it was. But the old man continued to look at him with the same look as if he had very important information. Hwasan was interested in the words of this old man, but nevertheless did not understand how serious this old man was and how what he said could be useful. But Yusung immediately started waving his hand and said that what he just said was nonsense. This question should not have been asked. Hwasang started packing his things again and said that he was very busy and didn't want to be delayed. She thought that the Punisher could be Hyang Ryu, and they just call him by a different name, and in that case, he will call himself a fighter. The sun's rays illuminated the buildings that were located on the top of the mountain. The guy touched the tree trunk with his hand, and after that said that many people died, and only they remained alive, and he doesn't understand how the head of the sect could get to this point. But suddenly he looked down while standing on the top of a cliff, and what he saw below surprised him. He saw a large army of soldiers approaching their house and did not understand who these people were and what they were doing here. At this moment, the elders were teaching their students fencing techniques and doing their usual things. But suddenly, the elder heard the voice of one of the students who shouted very loudly that they had problems. This student ran as fast as he could to the teacher to report that an army was approaching from the mountains. But they didn't even understand what kind of army this guy was talking about, because there's never an army in this area. And they wondered why the soldiers were approaching here. But the guy was serious and said that if they don't believe, they can go and see for themselves. But if the steps of what he saw then, this is the army of the kingdom of the Yeso family. And at that moment, everyone froze in surprise as some people approached the gates of their school. They saw a flag fluttering in the wind, and the students immediately realized that it was the flag of the Yeso family. A man came out of the crowd of soldiers and bowed. He introduced himself and said that he was Captain Yeso, and his name was Li Weijong. An elder came out of the disciples and bowed to them, after which he told them his name was Wangai Ryun from the Vulcan sect. The rest of the students also worshipped those people, but they were confused because they didn't understand what these soldiers were doing here. Guryun asked the captain why they didn't come here and whether the royal family was dissatisfied with something. Wangai Ryan said that this is not the case, and they did not receive an order from King Yeso to strictly guard the volcano, and for this a military camp will be organized. But the elder was extremely surprised when he heard this information, and he clearly did not like what he had just heard. Of the 600 soldiers of their army, 200 will be divided along the northern, southern, western, eastern borders. The remaining 400 soldiers will set up a military camp here, and they will not allow outsiders to enter them. He bowed and said that in addition to this, the general would soon pay a personal visit, accompanied by the main leader, and talk about the current circumstances. This information finally reached the elders and students, and they turned pale as if a ghost had just appeared before them. They spent the whole day discussing what happened and couldn't believe that the royal army decided to interfere with you in their affairs. The elders discussed that this is not all that bad, and they should be grateful to them for the protection that they are ready to offer them. The elders said that despite their help, this is just a royal army, and won't they be able to resist the Cheongsan sect with only 600 soldiers? But one of the elders intervened and said that the soldiers did not care at all. He pointed his hand at the flag and asked them to look carefully at this knowledge. He said that it was the royal flag and the war flag of King Yeso Som. Sobek. He said that if the king's troops are here, it means they are watching over their Vulcan sect. He said that this is a warning for those who are going to storm those who are volcanoes, and it is unlikely that anyone will dare to come here with a sword when they see this knowledge. Buck held in his palm a package in which there was something. He thought that this warning was for a reason. He asked the young master if he could stay a little longer in the main sect, but Hwasun told him that he needed to leave tomorrow at dawn, and he didn't understand why the guy was asking him about this. Hwasun said that the guy is starting to annoy him. He saw the letter that the carrier pigeon brought him. Beck realized at that moment that the young master knows much more than it might seem at first glance. Hwasun stood up, turned around and began to leave. But when he said goodbye, he said that there was no need to worry, because help would soon come to them, and the word sector is not a trifle. Hwasun said that the power of the volcano lies not only in him alone. Beck looked at him in surprise and opened his eyes wide. He did not understand what the young master meant. Hwasun patted the guy on the head and said that, frankly speaking, he is 10 times better than all these old men combined. Hwasun handed the guy a package and said that he wanted to give it to him. Beck picked up this package and didn't understand what it was, but Hwasun was already leaving and waved goodbye to him. He said that if something happens, you just need to stack the trees on the peak of Mount Yongwaban, then sprinkle them with powder from this package and then set them on fire. Hwasun said that when he does all this, there will be red smoke that will reach the sky. Beck suddenly realized that if he burns this powder, then a signal will appear for Hwasong, and he can come to their aid. But Hwasun replied that it doesn't work exactly like that, and now he will try to explain to him what the red smoke is for. He turned his head and said that this cross smoke will be a warning that Hwasong will come soon, and it will scare everyone who decides to come here with weapons. The old man asked the gentleman if he was going to Cheongsan, but Hwasun replied that it would be crazy to do that because this city is too far away. The old man looked at the young master in surprise and asked where to take him in this case. Hwasan lay on the cart and said that he wanted to be taken to Hwaeomyun. The old man turned his head back and in a surprised voice asked why there. But the young gentleman replied that when I come to the wrong place, he himself will understand everything. The old man was very surprised by such a sudden decision of the young master and did not understand why he decided to go there. But this trip should have been interesting. After some time, we did not arrive in Hwaeomyeon. It was a city surrounded by mountains and fields, and along the perimeter of the city there was a large wall. A large number of people walked on the city street. They were all happy and constantly smiling. Near one of the tall buildings, a janitor was standing and sweeping the street. The dust spilled in different directions and created a cloud. The girl opened her eyes and yawned very loudly. She had just woken up. The girl wrung her hands and continued to call loudly. Suddenly, she said that her stomach hurt very badly. She hit her head on the trunk, and from this blow, plates and cups flew up, and she asked if anyone was in the building. Suddenly, her uncle came to her and asked Luzi if he had called him, and Luzi asked her uncle what time it was. Uncle said that dawn has long passed, so he can confidently say that it is already about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She closed her eyes again and said that she was dying from pain and asked to bring her water with honey and cook soup, but the soup should be spicy. Luji said upset that today she won't be able to drink even if she really wants to. But suddenly she heard some loud voice who asked to bring the most delicious alcohol and bring the two most beautiful local girls. It was Hwasan. He asked the employee why he was standing and pretending to be deaf, because he had just asked to bring him alcohol and two of the most beautiful women. Luji left the room and told the respected visitor that they had just opened. She didn't understand why this guy asked someone to bring the girls so early. Hwasang put it in his inner shirt pocket and began to take out money when he heard a request to come back later to do. He threw a green coin on the floor and demonstrated his worth by the fact that he had money on me. Hwasan asked this girl what she was talking about and asked her to quickly complete the order. She was very angry and thought that this bastard was running into trouble. But after that, she looked down and noticed the thing that he threw on the floor. It was a jade talisman of gold, and she, like no one else, understands the value of this artifact. A few seconds later, the girl disappeared by and ordered to immediately serve the young master. And Hwasan sometimes shook his head and said that he could close his eyes to the quality of alcohol, but if the girls were not very beautiful, he would go to another place opposite. S put his head down and turned to the young master. He said that he didn't understand why they came to the brothel in the morning, and if his mother was alive, she would not have approved of this. But Hwasan said that today, he was going to do the first thing like a real man. The old man said that the man would never drink with girls in the boardroom in the morning, and he did not understand how it all connected with his affairs in the city. But Hwasan saw the girl and ordered him to shut up immediately. The girl left the room, smiled, blinked one eye at him, and said that today she would serve the young master and asked him to follow him. Hwasan smiled and his cheeks turned red, and he said that he would be happy to go with her. He took this girl in his arms and ran with her into the room. He said that he had to do the first thing like a real man. The old man lowered his eyes and said in a frustrated voice that he did not understand why the young master was behaving so badly. He looked back and saw two girls standing behind him and looking at him. The old man was very surprised. The two girls were incredibly beautiful. They said that their names were Wooten Hua and Chung Mai. They were flirting and did not try to show all their beauty. They told the old man that his companion asked the girls to serve the girl, and they would do it with pleasure. But these girls angered the old man even more, and it seemed that he was about to explode like a real bomb. But suddenly the old man smiled and extended his hand forward to take the girl and say that he would be happy to play with them. A large number of royal flags were visible in the mountains of the volcano sect. These flags were everywhere. They could be seen several kilometers away. It was a signal for everyone who wanted to attack the volcano. Mr. Servant did not understand why there is so much of the royal army here, why they are guarding everyone who is a volcano. The gentleman thought that he had missed something and nothing fit in his head. He missed a very important point. He thought that his plan was perfect, and he counted absolutely all the moves and was sure that he would definitely win. She thought that the treasure you are a volcano was not found, and the students and elders died after the last battle. He moved his figure forward and said that if the volcano's assistants appeared, he could deal with them. But he still didn't understand why the royal army was there now, and why the students died in some strange courtyard. The servant said that there were not many soldiers now, but these words angered the master and he said that this was all nonsense. and the martial artist could cope with some kind of royal army. He touched his face with his fingers and said that he needed to think. He thought that the rescue of the Vulcan sect and the missing young homeowner were somehow connected, but he didn't understand what the royal family had to do with it. Because after what happened in Soan, the Western Bank turned upside down and aggravated, everything is kidnapped. He focused on the word abduction and wondered who needed it at all, but suddenly realized that all this time he had been a real fool. He realized that it couldn't be a kidnapping because all the students died, and no one could kidnap him. At this moment, a large number of disciples and martial artists appeared behind the master. They all landed and worshipped the Lord to show their devotion and respect for him. The gentleman turned his head back and asked them what they didn't want, and asked them to report as quickly as possible what he managed to find out. The warrior reported that 2 people left the volcano in the first half of the day, and one of them looked exactly like the missing homeowner from Soan. When the gentleman heard this, he got angry and said in a loud voice that he wanted to find them immediately, and asked where they were now. The warrior said that they went to a city called Huimyon, and at the moment, the king's general and the commander-in-chief of the army should arrive at the poet's volcano. Officers and troops moved there. The gentleman warmed his face with a fan and said that now most likely there is no one in Huimyon. This is the ideal time to go there. The master ordered everyone to immediately go to this city and look for this young master. He said that they must find him first. The girl moaned and shouted Ludzi's name in a loud voice. She was already completely exhausted. But Ludzi couldn't believe that it happened again, and it seemed to her that this was some kind of absurdity. She saw the girls who were lying on the floor and were completely exhausted and exhausted. She asked how many times this was already happening. The uncle smiled and said that the fee for this service was decent and he was fully earning his money. But these words angered Ludzi even more. She did not agree with her uncle, despite the fact that he really liked it all. Ludzi shouted loudly that he was having fun with all the girls, and because of him, they had no visitors, and they could not work off this gold until the end of the day. But suddenly they heard his voice shouting that he wanted another girl, and at that moment his uncle began to tremble. Luigi said that despite the fact that she is obsessed with money, his girlfriend was tortured to death. She said that you could have guessed when they crawled out on all fours, saying that they were dying, and their eyes were so swollen that they didn't even leave the room. Luigi started screaming very loudly that she ate and fed them a lot, and their behavior was real shamelessness. But they couldn't even correct themselves with this young guy and the old man. Luigi said that when he came with his servant and threw his gold, she thought that he was a spendthrift with a large fortune, but it turned out to be much worse. Suddenly, a girl ran out of the room and told Luigi that they had serious problems, and there were no more girls who could cope with them. Luigi, what is this girl talking about, and how can this happen so that there are no more girls? But the girl said that she went to the ruler, and unfortunately, he is not here now, but together. But suddenly she looked at the street in surprise and saw that they were now having serious problems, but she did not understand what this was connected with. Suddenly she realized that the city was completely, and there was not a single person in the city anymore. But on the roofs of the building opposite, there were a large number of armed people. Hwasan realized that the time had come, and the opponents decided to find him at the most inopportune moment. On the door in the board, there was a sign with the name of a blossoming flower, and it was one of the best bards in the city. The girl was sitting tied up on the floor, asking these people to sit and not kill her, as if she didn't do anything bad for them. She said that she doesn't know why these soldiers do this because they are just ordinary brothel workers. But the gentleman pointed at her with his fan and said that this was not just something he did, and that everything here was much more serious. So he asked to take everyone away. When they started leading the girl, she screamed very loudly for mercy and asked not to kill her and to leave her alive. But one of the soldiers pulled out his sword behind his back and swung it to strike. But before he had time to hit the girl, something fell on top of him and nailed him to the ground, after which all the other soldiers jumped back. Luigi didn't understand that it had just fallen from above and why there was so much noise here. The old man was very pleased and happy after playing with the girls, and he fell right on the soldier who wanted to hit the girl. At that moment, 2 soldiers jumped from the upper floors and down to report the situation to their master. The gentleman asked the soldier if this was the same gentleman who was finally considered missing, but they replied that it was his servant. The master ordered to immediately get rid of this old man and kill him before it's too late, because he is absolutely useless to them. But the old man suddenly became a drunk, and after that foam appeared in his mouth. It turned out that he himself was about to die without any extra help. The soldier told the gentleman that the old man had epilepsy, and that he was also mute because during all this time he had not uttered a word. The gentleman looked at this old man with a dissatisfied look and thought what would be better for him now to do with him. But suddenly, a young gentleman was taken out of the central room, who was screaming very loudly that he needed salvation and did not understand why they grabbed him. Hwasan started to get angry and said that if they don't let him go immediately, they will regret it. But the master ordered him to immediately shut up, because only he would talk here. Hwasan looked at this gentleman and asked her if he was the head of these scumbags. But the gentleman said that he would ask questions here and ordered this idiot to shut up immediately. Hwasan answered that he is not going to remain silent, and the words of some old man will not force him to close his mouth. Hwasan tried to free herself from the grip, but suddenly received a strong blow to her face from one of her opponents. A soldier opposing the force session hit him with his palm, and Hwasan said in a hoarse voice that he would regret this. Hwasan said that he remembered his face, and he will be the first to be held accountable for his actions. But the soldier dealt another strong blow to his face. But suddenly the master restored him and ordered him to stop immediately. The gentleman tilted his head closer to him and said that apparently this guy's name is Seo Hwasan, and the young master was surprised that he knew him. The gentleman said that he knows that the guy is the same genius who passed the national exam twice and studied at the Academy of Science, and that he is supported by the royal family. He said that unfortunately in this city the royal family has no power. They believe that he is a genius or a civil servant, because here he is an ordinary person. The gentleman looked at this guy's beaten face and said that they couldn't finish him off right here and now, and they wouldn't get anything for it. But suddenly he raised his hand and showed 2 fingers. He said that he had 2 questions. If the guy answered these questions to him, he would leave this place in peace. He said that firstly, he wants to find out what happened in Saon, and the second question that interests him is whether he convinced King Yeso to support everyone who is a volcano. But Hwasan yawned very loudly and said that he was very bored answering these questions, and this gentleman was the most stuffy person he would ever meet. The gentleman got angry and said that if he doesn't want to answer these questions, there are serious problems. Hwasan Media asked what he would do rather than torture him, but the gentleman replied that he was very naive and would not even touch a hair on his head. He looked down at him and said that there was something more interesting instead. He pointed at him with his fan and said that until he answers these questions, he will allow his people to kill anyone in this city until Hwasan answers these questions. The warriors immediately aimed their balls at the old man and said that he would be the first to die. Hwasan replied that his choice is absolutely not limited by these options. The gentleman looked at him again and asked if their famous excellent student had any trick left in stock. Hwasan looked at this gentleman and said in a confident voice that he could stop him at any moment. But these words made the gentleman and all his soldiers laugh very much. They could not believe that he was so confident in himself. He touched his fan to his cheek and said that he was just a naive boy. He came closer to him and said that if he thinks that he can stop this horde alone, he's truly stupid and an ordinary nerd who carries ink. Hwasan suddenly smiled and said that he would take this gentleman hostage first. But the gentleman didn't understand where this guy got so much courage and impudence and why he allowed himself to talk to him like that. Hwasan suddenly changed his mood and his eyes began to glow purple. He said that now he understands who attacked the Vulcan sect and now there must be soldiers of the kingdom in the volcano. He got to his feet and the gentleman jumped back and fell to the ground. But Hwasan said that the Hwamhyeon officials also went there. That's why they guys came here, don't worry about anything. And in the end he wants to tell them that an experienced hunter never looks for prey, because she herself always comes to him. He said that the best way to find your prey is to pretend to be the prey yourself. From art or a drop of blood, he said that after a hunter becomes prey, the victim himself comes to him and the hunter arranges a massacre. These words did not frighten the soldier, and they did not understand why he spoke so confidently, because he is only one, and there are now a large number of martial arts masters against him. Hwasan continued to smile and his hair blew in the light currents of the wind. He knew that now would be the most fun part of his plan. A large explosion occurred in the room and the soldiers began to jump back. Some of them covered their faces with their hands so as not to be blinded. They didn't understand how this guy could explode so suddenly, and that it even just happened. But when Sveta became a little smaller and they didn't see anything terrible and they became scared, Hwasan held his hand by the throat of the gentleman who all this time tried to threaten him, and the gentleman looked as helpless as possible. Hwasan held him by the neck and pointedly showed all the other warriors that their leader was a real weakling. He looked at him with divided eyes and understood that now the time had come to take revenge for what they did to the students of the Vulcan sect. The master was screaming very loudly at that moment and didn't understand how I could restrain my pain. He didn't want his servants to see him like this. Voices were heard on the street that came from the publications. These were the voices of a soldier who did not understand what was happening. Mister, you all took out your weapons and put out your balls to start attacking. Hwasan looked at them and asked if they would actually dare to expose their balls to attack him after what they just saw. Hwasan firmly legged his opponent and said that first he wants to break his knee in order to cause him as much pain as possible. The gentleman began to scream very loudly in pain. It was unbearable. Hold back. Hwasang looked at his arm and said that the next part of the body that he would break would be the elbow because this place would bring the maximum amount of pain. A few seconds later, he broke his elbow. The gentleman began to scream even louder in pain. The soldiers wanted to somehow help their master, but they were very intimidated and did not understand how this was even possible and how to fight this monster. Hwasan threw out this gentleman's side and said that now it's time to deal with this bunch of useless scum. The gentleman at that moment fell to the floor and could not move because his arms and legs were broken. But Hwasan said that the questions should be in the wrong order, and therefore he did not want to answer. The gentleman at that moment was lying on the floor and could not even move his lips to answer him anything. Hwasan leaned over to this gentleman and asked him if he could find out anything about who killed his subordinates in Saon. He looked him in the eyes and said that this should have been his first question, and then he would be happy to answer it. He looked at this monster who stood in front of him and thought that it was impossible to be a killer, and there was this ordinary scientist. Hwasan said that he was already tired of dealing with this idiot, and he wanted to do something more interesting. He pointed his finger at one of the guys who was standing in the crowd and asked to look at him carefully. The guy began to tremble when he saw that this monster had chosen him from the whole crowd. Hwasan asked him to come closer to him and said that he would be first in line. But the warrior continued to stand still and did not move. He did not understand what this monster wanted from him. Hwasang said that he doesn't like to repeat himself twice and said that it would be better for him if he came right away. Hwasan saw that this guy was not listening to him, so he stepped on the master's sore spot and caused incredible pain. This action seriously frightened the warrior, and he could not look at how his master was suffering from pain. The soldier asked this monster to stop hurting his master and said that he would come over now. He was very scared. He was trembling. He slowly walked as close as possible to this monster. At some point, we stood right in front of him and his body was shaking with fear. She lowered her sword down and waited for what would happen next. Hwasan slapped him in the face with all his force because that idiot dared to hit him before. After this blow, the guy began to cough up blood, and there was blood outside the window that it began to flow through the mask that was on his face. Hwasan wasn't going to stop with one blow and began to deliver another strong blow with his palm. He hit his club so hard it seemed that soon this warrior's jaw would drop. The rest of the soldiers retreated back and were very scared when they saw that this monster was making them a brother. After a few seconds, his face looked as if he had been run over by a large train, and even the mask he had on his face was completely torn. Hwasan grabbed this guy by the head and said that from now on they should listen to him very carefully. He said that if at least one of them leaves the building, he will finish off their leader immediately and do it in front of everyone. The soldiers were at a loss. They did not understand how to act, what they needed to do next. He threw this soldier aside and said that if someone wants to fight him, let the next one come up because there is enough for everyone. Suddenly, he began to radiate very strong energy from his body and said that his favorite stage of his plan had finally begun. The opponents began to attack him from different sides and tried to attack him with their swords. But Hwasan was a real master of martial arts, and because of a few seconds of sumac, he threw back 3 opponents at once and killed them. He emitted magical threads from internal energy from his hands. With the help of these threads, he could resist them. He delivered very fast blows and was able to transit their body, and with the help of his energy, they tried to get closer to him, but they couldn't even get within a meter of him because they died much earlier. Hwasan attacked the enemy very quickly and received incredible pleasure from the fact that he was fighting several enemies at once. Suddenly, he took a very deep breath, and it seemed as if he had absorbed all the air from the room into his lungs. After that, he looked at the pass opponents and narrowed his eyes. He fought with him incredibly quickly and was like a flash that carried from side to side and left behind a large number of corpses. One of the soldiers fell to the floor and hit his back hard on the surface of the floor, causing an explosion to occur. The girls were on the street and heard very loud explosions and sounds of impacts from the building. Suddenly, everything became quiet, and they thought that it was all over, and now it was calm there. Luji thought that they didn't drink a lot of alcohol. They didn't drink as much as they wanted, and hoped that now they didn't regret anything. She thought that they died. But after a few seconds, her curiosity forced her to open the door slightly and see what was happening inside. She saw that there was a big pogrom inside the building. Everything was smashed and broken, and dead soldiers were lying on the ground. She asked in a frightened voice what happened here and why all these fighters were lying on the ground. But suddenly she heard the voice of the young master, who ordered the old man to finally stand up to the ground. Hwasan said that it's time for the old man to get rid of this stupid habit and he'll stop lying on the ground already. The old man stood up and said it was a great job and he did a good job with these guys. The gentleman continued to lie on the floor, and he barely managed to keep his eyes open. The old man told the young master that it's enough to kill everyone all the time, but Hwasan replied that he doesn't see any other way and he can't just understand and forgive the thugs who tried to kill him. The old man took out a cleaver and asked the young master if he needed to cut everyone into pieces again, and Hwasan replied that this should not be done even if he cuts them off and there is no place to get their heads out here. The gentleman suddenly realized that this young gentleman was the one who killed and cursed all his students. You and I are wondering who this guy really is and where he gets such great power. He turned his head back and saw another fighter who was still conscious. He paid attention to him. I saw that this guy was going to run away. He ordered number one to stop slowly. When the fighter heard this, his legs began to shake as he peed himself from fear, and his pants became wet. Hwasan looked at this idiot and said that he is a real weakling and is afraid of death, so he doesn't understand why he even decided to become a warrior. Hwasan pointed his hand at the gentleman who was lying in the hole at that moment. Hwasan said that if this is yours, he wants to take away his master, in which case he should bring as many people as possible so that Hwasan can play with them. Hwasan said that only in this case will he save his life and allow him to get out of here alive now. The gentleman was lying on the ground at that moment and saw and heard it all, but could not say anything because he felt severe pain that realized his body, and his eyes suddenly began to close and he began to feel even more pain. Hwasan said that he needs to leave immediately, and if he doesn't want to leave, then he will have to die. And now he is faced with a choice. But after a few seconds, this fighter jumped through the door and went to look for help, and thus he made his choice to save his life. Hwasan looked at this guy and thought that this guy is still very young and stupid, but he has potential, and he clearly makes the right choices. The old man asked the young gentleman if he was sure that this guy should be released. Hwasan looked at the ceiling and answered the old man that no matter how you look, Cheonsan is still too far away. He smiled and said that he wanted them to come here themselves because he was too lazy to travel so far to kill them all. They were sailing on a boat between huge rocks. On this day, the weather was perfect for sailing. The young gentleman was of exactly this opinion. His assistant rowed the oar vigorously. He believed that if they still had alcohol, then everything would be perfect. The young gentleman asked the man who was wounded his name. This man pretended as if he did not hear anything and did not answer this question. Therefore, without thinking for long, the young gentleman swung his hand and hit this man in the face with his fist. He wanted to show who was in charge in this boat. After he hit his club again, the young master once again asked what his name was. This time, he did not remain silent and replied that his name was Yang Zhong. He thought that his name would not mean anything to the young master, so he called him. The young master was not entirely pleased with the way this wounded man behaved, so he slapped him in the face again. The young master said that the next time he asks a question, he wants an answer immediately. The wounded man thought that he should not resist, and he nodded his head. He understood that this young master had very big ambitions. When the boat stopped, the old man who was at the oar decided that he needed to get his fare. He took advantage of the fact that the man was wounded and could not move his hand. He reached into the inner pocket and took out everything that was there. The wounded man looked very surprised at this old man. He did not understand how they could do this, steal something that does not belong to them. The old man took out from his inner pocket a bag containing all the money of the wounded man. This old man picked up this bag and trotted when he heard the clinking of coins. It made him very happy. He always liked this clinking. The young master said that they should not relax because they would most likely catch up with them in 10 days. The young master told this wounded man that he believed that this guy was not at all stupid and would be able to recover with the help of his chi. The young master hit the man who was sitting opposite him with a strap on his most wounded hand. This man thought that this young gentleman is completely unpredictable, and he does not understand what to expect from him next. And the smart gentleman came to the edge of the boat and said that he was ready to wish him luck because his knees and arms were broken. This guy was a genius who passed the national exam perfectly, and who was a member of the National Academy of Sciences. But he understood that this was not his real face. It was unclear who he really was. If you watched him, you could tell that this young gentleman did not behave like a real scientist. Most likely, you could say that he looked like a member of a closed martial arts school. He lay down on the bottom of the boat and said that he was very tired. The wounded man asked the young master who he was, and he also wanted to know the answer to the question of what he was trying to achieve. But he did not receive an answer to these questions because no one wanted to talk to him about this topic. The guy said that his name is Yaso Huasan. Night, the man wanted to know who he really is and not who he claims to be. The young gentleman approached him and said that this man was generally sick because he had already said who he was. A wounded man then asked him why he was doing this. The young gentleman told him that he did not understand who allowed him to ask questions, and in such a tone only he could ask questions here. The wounded man was very dissatisfied with the way this young gentleman spoke to him, and the way he behaved with others. The old man stood behind the young master when he heard this whole conversation. He asked him if they had already started talking about it. Then he was also interested in what they were doing here. The young master looked at his assistant and said that he could have asked him about this earlier if he was interested. The guy stood up and told the old man to see what a great place it was. He really liked it. The old man didn't understand what it was about this place that made his young master so excited. The guy replied that this place was ideal for the future show. The old man became thoughtful and said that this is a great place for only one person. It would be good to drown here, and he doesn't see anything else here. The young master answered him that he was absolutely right. This place is good because it would be ideal to drown here. And he also added that if people drown in water, then he won't have to bury them. Plus, he can immediately wash off the blood. An ideal place. The old man didn't understand at all what he was talking about. He asked his young master what kind of people he was talking about. The young master answered him that he meant the very people who are looking for him, and when they find him, this will be the most ideal place to say goodbye to them. And so on, when he killed several servants, after that stronger warriors came and he had a much harder time. When they first appeared, they immediately ordered the young master to lay down her weapon on the ground and kneel in front of them. Well, everything didn't go according to plan at all. They couldn't even foresee such a turn of events. And that he could cope with so many fairly strong warriors, of course. The volcano also helped him. Then he came out absolutely victorious in this battle. But it didn't end just like that. After he killed several strong warriors in the volcano, it all didn't end. But this guy came who was sitting in front of him with broken limbs. The young master said that most likely this guy occupies a high position in the Cheonsan sect, and it seems to him that the later they find their son, the more important they turn out to be. The young master said that he has the impression that if they caught this guy and are holding him, then someone else will appear soon, and he is very interested in who will be the next one who decides to meet him. The young master said that he hopes that this time a real master will appear, and if a real leader appears, then he will save him a lot of time. The wounded guy thought that he had a really serious problem, and he thought how he could stop this madman. The old man told him that people could really come, and they would be much stronger than this guy, and there could be dozens or hundreds of them. The young master was not at all worried about this. He watched the flow and always liked to watch the fish in the water. He tried to catch at least one that seemed to him to be very close to him. The young master thought and said if he wants to catch a big fish and not some small fish, then for this, he needs bait. Only with good bait will he be able to catch a lot more fish, and that is why this guy will be such a bait. The young master released this wounded guy and said that he was free. The guy decided to get out of there as quickly as possible. Wandering a few meters, he heard a voice. Someone asked who he was and demanded that he identify himself. He certainly couldn't imagine that soldiers could appear out of nowhere, and there were quite a lot of them. The commander of these soldiers demanded that he say who he was, otherwise anything could happen. The commander insisted that he say his name, but the guy did not talk to him. He understood that he was much stronger than all these soldiers. And indeed, in the next moment, he very quickly dealt with these soldiers. He looked around. He saw a bunch of corpses lying around him. He didn't understand how this could happen. The guy heard that someone from behind told him to kneel down. He turned his head to see who it was. When he turned his head back, he saw a huge bearded man approaching from behind him and many more warriors accompanying him. This bearded old man was strong enough, and the guy realized that thanks to him, the soldiers were destroyed in one moment. When the guy raised his head up, he realized that the head was approaching him. He immediately knelt down and greeted him. He wanted to show the extent of his respect for him. He could stand on his knees with his head down for as long as the head required of him. When the head came very close to him, he demanded that the guy report on the past. The head shouted very loudly at the guy. He wanted to clarify once again what he had just muttered. The head stood and watched as this guy knelt in front of him. Now he wanted to know what he was muttering to himself on the tray, but he couldn't hear the answer. So the head very loudly again told him to repeat everything clearly. I asked the guy what scientist he was talking about and why some scientist could kill half of the sect. The head did not understand how some scientist could kidnap a strategist and resist the will of the Chongsan sect. All other representatives of this sect also wanted an answer to this question. The head was furious. He ordered to catch this young insolent and show him the full power of his sect. A large number of representatives of the sect went in search of this young gentleman, whom everyone considered a scientist. They had to defend the honor. These people could move by jumping. It seemed that they were not jumping, but floating in the air. Their legs were so highly developed that everything depended on how they pushed off, and the faster they would be in the right place. These representatives of the sect moved together and resembled a swarm of locusts that moved very quickly, and there were more and more of them every minute. And this was already a very great power that they together possessed. They moved at high speed in the direction where the young master, whom everyone called a scientist, was supposed to be. X was very little separated from the place where he was. They were in a hurry to defend the honor of their sect. These guys didn't have time because night had already fallen, and at night they couldn't move as fast as during the day. Therefore, they decided that it was better for them to spend the night somewhere in the forest. They lit a fire and took turns resting. Some of them stood guard. Before moving on, they decided to send one of their warriors on reconnaissance. When he returned, they asked him if he had found this guy. The scout replied that he was near the garrison. Now they had to decide something about the army. One of the guys said that he was sure that the army would not interfere with them. This man asked which way they were going. He wanted to know exactly where they were. The scout answered him that at the pace they were moving, they would soon be in Sam Mun Heap. It was very unexpected for him to hear that these guys would soon be in San Mun Hin. And if this is really so, he asked to inform everyone about this. In fact, this guy is digging his own grave. The girl stood near the cliff and looked at the water. She said that it was a beautiful view. It was Queen Yon So Hua Young. She was also the governor of the district. She asked the master if there was any news. Her brothers. The young man replied that not yet. This didn't make her very happy. She thought that her brother had vanished into thin air, as if he had hidden behind these rocks. It seemed to her that history was repeating itself. So she asked the master, "Doesn't it seem to him that history is really repeating itself?" The master told her that if she thinks you are in this direction, then she better stop. He thinks that she should return home because she is a princess. The royal court will be worried when they discover she's missing, so she shouldn't move anywhere. The girl told the master that she was not worried at all because her general was with her, and in that case, she had nothing to worry about. The only thing she asked the master was whether he had taken Yi Wu Ik with him. She was not interested in anything else. His master's name was Song Ja Hoen, or General Yeso said that he doesn't understand how he can be so careless when he's guarding the princess. The girl said that in any case, no matter what he said, she would not return until she found her brother. So she was now getting ready to go. And he had to accompany her, so she told him to follow behind. The master had no other choice but to obey her order. There was even a time when, somewhere very close to you, a boat was floating on a yellow river in which only 2 people were sitting. The young gentleman was sitting in this boat, and how much washing he had, he screamed, making some incomprehensible sounds. The old man looked at him and asked what he was doing. The young gentleman had a fishing rod in his hands, but it had a very short line. The young gentleman answered the old man that he really couldn't see, because he was actually fishing. The old man said that he had neither a hook nor a fishing net, so it couldn't be fishing. And the smart gentleman then thought if Kang Taegon was fishing in order to catch a fish, he told the old man that he must first wait for the right moment to catch the whole world with a fishing rod. The old man answered him that he had better rub his eyes before he spoke all sorts of nonsense, because it could not be trusted. And he also said that after wiping his eyes, he would wipe the drool around his mouth. It would be ugly for the young master to look like that. The old man told the young master that he had calmed down and did not behave like that. After all, this is in fact a really yellow river. The young master replied that this is of course a yellow river because he can see it himself. It is not black at all, or any other color. The old man asked the young master if he knew where they would end up if they continued to sail. The young master was very upset and shouted at the old man. He thought that he was most likely hinting at something. The old man looked at the young master and told him if they continued sailing, they would end up in Sammunheap. The young master did not understand what he was leading to and how this could threaten them, so he asked the old man what he meant. The old man continued to row. He thought a little to clearly explain to the young master what their journey might lead to. He told him that now where they were sailing was very dangerous, and they shouldn't do it because it was a terrible place, where even the largest boats fly apart in the blink of an eye due to the current. It is almost impossible to swim there due to the huge amount of wreckage of sunken boats. The young master looked at him and said, "Is it really true?" In that case, it's even better than he thought. And he doesn't understand why the old man still hasn't told him about this place and he needs to get there. Considering all the old man's words, although he thought like an adult, he behaved quite childishly. He could allow himself to pick his nose with his finger. The wounded man who was in their boat thought that he was in a boat with such a madman and did not know how their journey could end. The young master stood on the boat and said that they were sailing straight to Sunhien itself because he wanted it. The old man tried to explain to him that they would freeze to death if they continued to swim. They would turn into river ghosts. But all these words did not stop him. The young master looked at the old man and said that he really wanted to argue who would become the river sign. Within a few minutes, they found themselves in the very place that the old man had warned about, and now none of them knew whether they would survive in these conditions. The only one who liked all this was the young master. He looked at it all and said that he was having a lot of fun, and despite everyone else, he really liked traveling among these rocks and among these broken boats. The wounded man who was in his boat asked the young master to just kill him and not torment him further. At some point, he felt that he slipped and almost fell. His foot slipped. The young master thought that at first it was fun, but he was already bored and did not like this trip at all. He turned around and told the guy whose limbs were broken to be more careful from now on, because he would probably be interested in knowing who would become the river ghost, so he wanted to intimidate him as much as possible. The old man suddenly pointed his finger to the side. He wanted the young master to see it. The old man was so scared and didn't even imagine what was expected of them next, but he tried to explain to the gentleman what it was. What is in front of them is this waterfall, and a little more and they will fall down along with all this water. Well, this time the young master understood that this was a truly dangerous place, and now their lives could end at any moment. He didn't want to make any decisions because in such a situation he understood that it was unbearable to do anything. The only thing he could do was scream as much as he could for someone to help him, but it was useless. They were already falling down. When their boat fell down, they were watched by hundreds of warriors who were on these rocks. They were wondering if these three who did not have time to jump out and fell into the waterfall would survive. When the old man emerged, he took a breath of fresh air and opened his eyes. He realized that not everything was as good as it could have been. On the one hand, they survived, and on the other hand, he was horrified when he looked up at what he saw. But on the rocks above, there were hundreds of warriors who were ready to destroy them instantly. They were all watching them. The old man tried to stop the young master, but he failed because he was pulling the wounded man behind him and walking forward. Many people immediately took a huge leap to get as close as possible to the young master. Each of them, jumping, understood that he would now enter into battle with this guy, and each of them was ready to wish him to die. The young master concentrated all his strength against him. At the moment, there were quite a large number of warriors, and he had to defeat them. First, in one hand and then in the other hand, he concentrated his strength. Now all he had to do was engage in battle with them. He said that in this situation, apparently they would do without greetings. He was ready to enter into battle with them. A large number of warriors approached him. each of whom tried to kill him. But for him, they were all pathetic insects. The ship surrounded his boat from all sides, and it seemed that the young gentleman had no chance of winning. But this did not stop him. The old man sat in the boat and waited for it all to end. This was not the first time for him, but he still worried about him every time. He was scared for the young master this time. Tears even flowed from his eyes. The old man took a piece from his fishing rod and looked at it. He thought that with the help of this bamboo stick, he could help his young master. He took it into his mouth and realized that there was nothing inside the stick. He could breathe through it calmly. Now he only needed to carry out part of his plan. The old man jumped into the water, and with the help of this bamboo stick, he could be unnoticed. He could easily move underwater. He was underwater for quite a long time, and he was able to breathe perfectly. None of the warriors paid attention to him. The young master looked at the old man and did not understand what he was up to. Well, at the moment, he understood that everything was not going in his favor. The old man lowered the cart and saw that the boat was entangled in seaweed. He freed it from the seaweed and it could move on. The old man breathed through a bamboo stick. He thought that he had done everything and wished good luck to the young master. The warriors who surrounded the young master from all sides shouted that they needed to kill him and save the strategist who was in his boat. The warriors flew closer and closer to the young master. There were quite a lot of them, and they thought that they could easily cope with him. When they got very close to him, they surrounded him and decided that he should die. One of them said to hold him tightly and not let him go. The next moment, something happened that these warriors did not expect. The young master was not going to break free and run away from them, but a bright glow came from him. And in the next moment, all the warriors who approached him scattered. Many of them were simply killed. The young master used all his strength. He thought if the guys mastered martial arts perfectly, they would become famous. He and his ancestors remained unknown all their lives. They lived without knowing about their real power. Only he was able to discover this power and use it. Not a single one of the wars could come close to him, and whoever succeeded, there was not even a trace left of this man. This moment, the young master did not look like himself. There was rage and anger in his eyes. He was not going to leave anyone alive. His eyes shone like two lamps, and he was not at all the young gentleman who was recently going to fish. He was a very strong fighter, who owned his power in full, and there was no one equal who could compare with him. As soon as he touched any of the warriors or his power, none of them remained alive. Within a few minutes, there was not a single one from the ship that tried to surround him and kill him. Those who approached were killed by his force and thrown aside. There were seas of blood around, and it seemed that they were all in a river of blood. The guy who was in the vodka called the young master away. He wanted to find out if this was all he was capable of. This man with broken arms understood that the young master could not stop, and he would not leave anyone alive. He was ready to tear apart anyone who approached him. Everything around him was covered in blood. His hands were torn off, his head was torn off, which he launched to where all the other warriors were, so that they understood what could happen to them. Many of the sculptors who saw all this were in shock and were frightened. They did not understand how one person could have such power and correct himself with so many warriors. The young master thought that thank God when he saw that he had someone else to fight here. There was still a lot. He no longer looked like himself. The more he killed people, the more he turned into a monster who could not stop and did not see anything in his path. He walked and saw no obstacles. Everyone who approached him was killed by his strength. He did not want to leave anyone alive. The young master walked forward, and behind him he left the blood of a small number of killed warriors. The further he went, the stronger he became. His strength increased after each kill, and it seemed that nothing could stop him. There was more and more anger in his eyes. He realized that he would still have to kill a large number of warriors to stay alive. There were a lot of pieces of his body around him. They were lying everywhere, and there were more and more of them after the next warriors approached him. The young master possessed quite a lot of strength. He constantly dealt with those who approached him. There was blood all around. He stopped for a while and took a breath, but he realized that it would not be long when he raised his head. At that moment, he saw that everything was not finished yet, and he had quite a lot of work to do. This time, he was not so cheerful, because he understood that they never ended, despite the fact that he had already destroyed quite a large number of them. But he decided that it was through their example that he would now show them. Hisio Hwasan will show Murim all his power, and most importantly, he will be able to show what he is capable of so that no one has any doubts. At this point, he had such strength that none of the nearby flies could resist him. He was the strongest. His strength was so great that it was even able to crush the tops of the stone cliffs so that they scattered in different directions. He was pleased that he had such strength. It seemed to him that he could defeat anyone with such strength. And this was really so because everyone who approached him and tried to somehow attack him fell into his power vortex. After another attack, he stood and watched as these warriors who tried to attack him fell water from all sides. Dozens of warriors who tried to attack the young master fell like stones into water. He stood at the stern of the boat and realized that he had won this battle, and there was no one equal to him here. One of the warriors swam very close to his boat and Null Castle to strike the young master. He shouted to him to die. The young master, out of the corner of his eye, saw someone trying to strike him, but he didn't even have time to do anything. How an angry old man jumped out of the water and told this attacker that he didn't understand who wanted to die here. The old man was not as small and powerless as he seemed. At such a moment, he became like a huge, insane rock that was unbearable to overcome. The old man threw this attacker far to the side. The young gentleman looked at the old man and asked what he was doing. He did not understand why the attackers should have dealt with it this way. The old man was very angry. He couldn't allow anyone to attack his young master and harm him. The old man laughed, and the young master said that they were approaching the end of the canyon. He ordered the old man to climb down and hold onto the boat more tightly. This was necessary in order to prevent it from capsizing. The old man did just that. The young gentleman stood at the stern of the boat and looked forward, and the old man held it tightly so that it would not capsize. The old man wished the young master to try and survive in this situation. He had to save his life. Not far away, there was a group of military men. Heading towards the canyon, someone shouted that someone was ahead and they should be very careful, and their commander told them to stand. One of the people who approached them bowed and said that he could report on the situation. The person everyone listened to and considered in charge here was the head of the fallen branch, Sol Moon Liang. He asked what happened. One of the scouts reported that detachments of the Cheon-san sect were spotted in the canyon. They were located at the top on both banks of the river. Sol Moon Liang asked him where they are now. The man who came to him with a report said that they were blocking the river with several ships. There was no way to get past them. All the paths were visible. Immediately, there was such a noise among the rest of the warriors that they were really looking through all the routes, and had they really blocked the river with ships? Sol Moon Liang was only interested in one question: who infiltrated them? He wanted to know who he would have to fight in this situation. This man reported that he did not know who exactly was the enemy of the people of the Cheon-san sect. The head then asked this man again whether they were waiting for them or not. The man replied that, in his humble opinion, he would not say that. The head asked him why he thought so. The man replied that their views and balls were directed upstream and not downstream. Sol Moon Liang thought for a while and asked if they weren't waiting for them there. Then most likely they were waiting for someone who would swim along the river. But in fact, there was no point in blocking Munheap Sam. It was already difficult to swim there. Then it was unclear who they ambushed, rather than their brothers from the Vulcan sect. Sol Moon Liang looked at his warriors and told them to be ready. He could not fully understand their plan. In any case, he felt that they were young and inexperienced, so it was difficult to understand their intentions. He said that he wanted to show the Cheon-san sect who they contacted, and so that they would remember it for a very long time. After that, they deviated, and the people who reported to Sol Moon Liang the situation said well. And the next moment they left. They were no longer in front of him because each of them went in his own direction. Sol Moon Liang could only watch as they scattered in different directions, each of them in their own direction. The old man shouted to the young master that he saw the river widening, so they need to be careful. The old man exhaled and decided that he was very lucky because he survived this situation. The young master looked ahead. Indeed, there was an expansion, but he saw something else that made him very wary. The old man also saw and told the young master to look in front of them. There was a huge ship with sails. Then they began to swim closer. They saw that behind this ship, there were still several of the same ships with sails, and all these ships were directed towards one small boat that fell out from behind the rocks. These ships with sails were approaching closer and closer to the boat where the young master was with his old man and the wounded man. When the ships were very close, one could see that there were archers standing on the deck. Their arrows were directed towards the boat. Each of these archers was ready to fire their arrow at any moment. They were waiting for only one order. The old man looked at these ships and said how many there are and whether they can cope with them this time. On one of these ships stood a gray-haired man who looked at the small boat with disdain. The young master saw this gray-haired man and thought that most likely this was their leader, so he would have to deal with him. This leader was confident in himself and in his abilities. He thought that he could crush such a small boat with just one glance. The young master thought that he did not like this gray-haired man. Especially, he did not like his arrogant look. This man was filled with greed. This gray-haired old man was surrounded by a large number of guards, which gave him even more status as a man who is not afraid of anything. The young master wondered if he really looked at everyone like that from above. That's exactly how he looked at him now. He thought it was time to take advantage of the wounded man who was lying in his boat. He no longer needed him. The young master approached the wounded man and took him by the neck to lift him up. An ideal plan arose in his head. The young master raised it above his head so as to cover himself from all the arrows that could be directed in his direction. The shooters did not understand what to do. If they fired now, none of the arrows would hit the target. All the arrows would hit the wounded man. The young master looked at them and was excited. He asked them what they hatched. Well, that was not all that he came up with. Those on the ship looked at the young master, and none of them could do anything in his direction. Then they saw something that none of them expected to see at all. The young gentleman, with all his strength, threw this wounded man towards the ship. This wounded man was flying like a huge projectile launched towards the ship, and it seemed that when it landed, it was going to explode. Everyone on the ship was very surprised. Some shouted to see how it flew. The arrows were no longer standing and were not going to launch their arrows. They were watching a man who was flying in the air at such a speed that they had never seen before. And within a few seconds, he fell on the deck of one of these ships. This wounded man was the very strategist on whom they were betting. When he fell on the deck, he could not say anything except that he was groaning in pain. His whole body was even more broken after this flight and such a hard landing. On Pakal, everyone surrounded this man. They couldn't believe that it was their strategist. The young gentleman asked the people on the deck of the ship how they could get such a surprise. Everyone ran around the strategist and asked him to wake up. One of the people asked the gentleman to open his eyes, but it was all useless. The leader of these warriors, a gray-haired old man, thought to himself that only a bastard could have done this, and this man can no longer be called anything else. When the young master heard such words to himself, he confirmed that he really was like that, and also added that this is exactly how things are done. An order sounded on the floor of the ship for the archers to stand ready. The next thing they had to do as ordered was to release their arrows. On the other side, archers also stood on the rocks. The young gentleman and the old man were trapped in his boat. Therefore, the young master looked around. He assessed this whole situation and thought that this was happening to him again. The archers stood in their positions, ready to fire an arrow at the target at any moment. The bearded, gray-haired old man shouted so that everyone could hear. He ordered the archers to shoot their arrows at the target. At the same moment, hundreds of arrows with metal tips were poured in one direction. On the other side, arrows were also fired, and their target was the same. It seemed like it was rain and arrows. All the ships where the archers were also shot arrows, and all of them had one single target: the boat on which the young master was. Arrows were approaching this boat from all sides, and it seemed that the young master and his servant did not have a single chance to survive. There wasn't a single living place on the boat where the arrow wouldn't hit. The young master had no chance at all. What an amazement there was! After all these arrows were fired at the target, the ship realized that the young master and his assistant were not there. They disappeared. Everyone wanted to know where they were and where they had gone. No one could understand how this could happen. One of the warriors raised his head and saw that the young master was soaring high in the sky, and not one of the fired arrows hit him. He shouted for everyone to look up. What he saw surprised not only him, but everyone around them. They stood with their mouths open. The young master was floating in the air with his eyes closed. He was hanging upside down. It seemed that he was very comfortable being in this position, and that he was enjoying doing it. At some point, he even opened his eyes to see how high he was above them all and above the ground. Well, it didn't scare him at all. He liked to fly so high above everyone that no one could reach him. At some point, he decided that he needed to land and began to fall down. He was moving at a very high speed. Therefore, no one standing on the deck could aim at him. He flew and felt his body filling with strength more and more in front of him. He put out a huge fist. When he got very close, he remembered everything he was taught as a child and what should have been useful to him. Then, as a child, He remembered how his grandfather taught him. They stood together and he asked what this movement was called. His grandfather replied that he did not know what it was called, and his father and grandfather also did not know what kind of movement it was. But it was very simple. It was just a movement that he was doing now. He didn't know what to call it, but he remembered what his grandfather taught him. On the deck, they shouted that they needed to grab their weapons because he was getting closer and closer. Someone shouted that everyone quickly took their positions. The leader who stood on the deck and watched his opponent, the young master, could not fully understand how much power he had. The young master recalled how he was gone and then said that this movement is called a hard attack. He then listened very carefully to his grandfather and the fact that this movement began to be called that after some time. Now he was ready to use this brutal attack on his opponent. He was getting closer and closer to him. The gray-haired leader ordered his warriors to all stand in position. The archers were getting ready because he was approaching. When the young master was very close, he thought that they had been hiding for hundreds of years and could not use their talents. But today, the world will finally know about them. When they taught him, he was always told that if he was strong enough, only then could he become a law. Right now, he wanted to show his strength to really become the law himself and live peacefully. He thought that he would fight as his soul wanted, not as someone else would like it. The archers stood in their places and were ready to release their arrows. They were only waiting for the command. The closer the young master approached to these ships, the more aggressive his power became, and he himself became stronger and stronger. The archers were unable to stay on their feet because the ship began to shake and they lost their balance. He approached very close to one of the ships and left a trail of fire behind him. When he flew very close to the leader of this sect, this gray-haired old man realized that he could not just destroy him. And how surprised he was when this young gentleman fell with all his might, as it seemed to him, onto one of the decks of his ships. This carrot bar immediately began to take on water and sink along with the people who were on it. These warriors were more interested in the question than he died. And what just happened? They looked at the hole in the deck. This hole was big enough and it was completely, so he began to drown. Some wanted to see what was inside this hole. When they looked inside, they saw that there was light coming from there. This color and the power that accompanied it rose higher and higher from this hole. And the very next moment, she was completely outside. It was a very strong force from which not one could stay on his feet. It seemed that this force was rising more and more, higher and higher. It was inflating like a huge balloon. And at some point, when this ball became very large with force, it burst and all this force came out. All that was left of this ship were chips that flew in different directions. It seemed as if it had never existed. The only thing is that the water in this river, which has always been very calm, rose and began to beat against the stones that were on the banks. That was the end. This time in the gorge with 3 gates, everything was as always. Some shouted not to pass by and let them have a glass here. Others ordered dumplings. A third someone asked for a drink. The girl was sitting at the table and told her teacher that she did not understand how they could best get to the gorge with 3 gates. The teacher replied if they went by land, it would be difficult to meet Seosu-chan. He also said that of course they can get there by water, but the gorge with its gates is a dangerous place. So ordinary people try to avoid it even in good weather. The flow there is so stormy and dangerous that the boat breaks into small pieces. The teacher said that Her Highness would not be stubborn, but Li Bingman, who was too superstitious, said that then she could use the warship. The teacher didn't understand if she really thought that she could just use a warship. The girl was sure that if there was a waterway, then there was food from the outpost. She asked where the nearest naval military camp was located. The master looked at her and said that Her Highness was mistaken and that what she was saying was impossible. She could not officially overextend the forces of the Navy, and she would immediately be reprimanded if she did this. The girl looked at the teacher and asked him if she couldn't go on a boat ride for a while, just swim and look around. The teacher answered her that Her Highness could have done this before, and there would have been no problems since this territory was controlled by Wang Ya. These lands are under the jurisdiction of the governor of Hanam Province, so in the current circumstances it will only lead to difficulties. The girl told him not to worry about this topic. She has a way they can do it. She pointed to a huge bundle that was tied up. This was exactly the method she was talking about. The teacher looked at her and asked if this was really what he was thinking about. The girl asked, "Does he know what it is?" The teacher looked at this object and couldn't believe his eyes. The teacher asked her how she was going to deal with the consequences that might arise if she took advantage of this. At this time, it was impossible to approach the castle. There was a large number of guards who guarded the palace from all sides. Near the entrance to the palace, there were guards who were armed with swords, and it was impossible to pass by them unnoticed. In one place in this palace lay Emperor Sanpo. His state of health was still the same. He was unconscious. Several people were sitting at the table. One of them said that, "I don't know what to say, Admiral Thagum. It's just such blessings of fate that what's happening to the Emperor now." Admiral Sam Chan was a leftist minister. He also thought that this was a blessing from fate. Sitting opposite him was Master Cho Gang. He was the head of the palace guard. This man said that no one could have thought that such a misfortune would await Mr. Song San on the day he went hunting for tiger liver. The admiral laughed at that moment because he thought it was wonderful, and he understood that the emperor could not do anything because he was sick. The third person at this table was the head of the military department, Yugyuk Ryom, who believed that mistakes should not be made and turned to Admiral Tagum and said that they were lucky that he was sick. Now the deputy head of the left ministers can personally lead the army and capture the heads of 6 departments. Officials of the right and the left party have long been ready, so everything will work out without unnecessary fuss. In addition, it is necessary to capture and imprison everyone in the broken 5 fortresses under the Department of Government and Laws, so they can avoid confusion if they quickly replace the commanders with people from the court staff. The problem is in the army located in Muri. They will not meekly obey, so they will declare the commanders-in-chief a clique and at the same time choke down opposition with balls. The admiral asked what he meant by the word swords. Most likely he meant warriors in the path of the ball. The commander-in-chief replied that this is exactly what he meant. And he also added that in the end, they will be looked at as people who have deceived the whole world with their dark spells. The head of security said that in this case, it is better not to get close to them, and they must act strictly according to plan. Now they had a complete agreement. All they had to do was start acting. The head of the military department said that the high priest still wants to leave everything as it is. The head of the security said that the high priest is a warlock, and they used him for a bright future. So now, first of all, we need to get rid of the sorcerer who is deceiving the people. He was sure that they were the ones to blame for everything, and were interfering with them. The head of the military department said that this high priest ingratiated himself with Song San, and eventually confidently declared his rights. The admiral thought about these words. He understood that he and his team could not get rid of the high priest just like that. Because here he had a certain amount of power, and he had quite a lot of support. The high priest was really dangerous for them. The head of the military department believed that the biggest threat was Wang Yeso. Therefore, he urgently needed to be destroyed. This was the key to completing their plan. The admiral told everyone gathered that news would come soon, and then it would be clear either he or Wang Yeso could not do anything about it. If he did not accept the imperial decree, he would be cursed as a traitor, and even if he accepted, he would still remain a traitor. He was sure that even if he found out who currently had the Jade Seal, he still wouldn't be able to do anything. In the camp where the military were located, you could hear them reporting the situation about everything that was happening around. The warrior who came with the report said that the Central Army and the right and left forces had cordoned off Wang Yeso's estate within a radius of 50 li, and he also said that all roads were blocked. He reported all this to the governor of Shanxi province, who listened carefully and asked the warrior who came with the report whether he had reported this to Wang Yesu. The warrior replied that the messenger was supposed to arrive to the master for a minute, and then he would find out all the details. And he also turned to the master and said that it was not necessary to punish this clique, and he should return for his own safety, to which he replied that the emperor's brother had defended the border dozens of times from invasion by the Great Wall. And the gentleman also added that Wang Yeso openly stated that the next one would take the throne, although usually this is not the right thing to do. The power of the emperor's brother is contrary to the decree of His Majesty, and they should have been prepared for this. The one who came with the report listened carefully and agreed with the gentleman. He had no choice but to deviate and leave. The gentleman thought that Wang Yeso was most likely planning betrayal and did not understand the situation at all. He knew that Wang Yeso's ambition did not think that he could raise an uprising to usurp the throne. He thought that rather than the friendly relations between the brothers during the time of the previous emperor, it was a pretense, or Wang Yeso was just on a whim. but now he was tired of everything. He thought that in any case, the emperor gave a decree, and he should only follow the emperor's instructions. He believed that this was the key decree where everything was written down, and it was also sealed with a jade seal. The messenger also said that the admiral demands that Wang Yeso renounce power as the previous emperor, in the form of the Shangfang sword, and atone for his sins with his own life. The decree stated that the Shangfang sword had to be returned. In addition, if a traitor uses the power of the Shangfang sword against the emperor, it is necessary to show a strong will and maintain the calm of the royal court to stop the traitor. It was very strange that they demanded the return of the Shangfang sword because it was a gift from the previous emperor. Wang Yeso discovered and suppressed 2 conspiracies and also repelled the attack of savages on the Great Wall. And for all these services to the previous country, the emperor granted him a gift in the form of a sword. The power that was given in the form of a gift with the Shangfang sword was equivalent to the power given by the imperial decree. In addition, no matter what crime the one who owns this sword committed, he should be pardoned for his merits, and this cannot be changed. He thought that it really was impossible to change, and that it was not clear why this decree specifically spoke about the return of the Shangfeng sword. After some time, the messenger arrived at the palace, where Wang Yeso himself was. He followed the court to announce the emperor's decree, which was sealed with a jade seal. No one from Wang Yeso's entourage understood why these messengers came here, much less by the Tarek decree. They immediately thought if the imperial guards had surrounded the entire area, then this would not be good at all. The messenger began to announce the emperor's decree, so he unsealed the gas and told Wang Yeso to accept this emperor's decree. In this newspaper, it was written that the ministers accused Wang Yeso of plotting against His Majesty the Emperor. Wang Yeso was very surprised by such a decree. He did not expect that the emperor, who was his brother, could actually pass such a decree. The head of security, who was always nearby, did not understand what we were talking about and what kind of conspiracy was being discussed in this decree. Everyone was especially bewildered by the fact that an investigation would be carried out on suspicion that Wang Yeso had created a clique for the purpose of a conspiracy and the overthrow of the emperor. The emperor sent messengers to accompany them to the inquiry, and then the messenger said if they dared to disobey the decree, they would be declared traitors. Wang Yeso was very surprised that the emperor sent knowledge to accompany him, and did not understand where he had such suspicions. The messenger continued to read that if he dared to disobey the imperial decree, he and his family members would be declared traitors and executed. The head of the security could not stand it because he was shouting that this messenger who was reading out the decree was just a boy, and he had no right to say such a thing. It was unclear to him what kind of nonsense they had come up with, and what kind of conspiracy they were talking about against the emperor. Despite the fact that there was such a reaction, the messenger continued to read out the emperor's decree. He was doing his job. After he finished reading the decree from one of the other sides, the soldiers of the brig were preparing their weapons in order to engage in battle. Security Chief Wang Yeso did not want to believe and obey this decree. He ordered that these bastards not be immediately captured. The messenger was very frightened, and he immediately began to shout what they were doing. It seemed to him that this was an open rebellion against the emperor. General Chan began to call for them to be killed. They began to stop him, and they told him to stop, because not obeying the imperial decree would cause even more problems. Wang Yeso Paul was the only one who didn't say anything after hearing what he heard, and couldn't even imagine that this could happen to him. The emperor's envoy hurried to leave. They did not understand how it was possible to threaten His Majesty's message. They hurried to return as quickly as possible with a report. When he calmed down, General of the Left Party Jiang Zhong-sung said that all the roads were blocked, and if you read after the unification of the Central Army with the left and legal forces, it turns out to be about 20,000 people. When Zheng Guan objected to him that there would have been 20,000 warriors if they had not sent an army to search for the kidnapped So Su-chan, Huang Bo-in decided that he did not agree with them and had a completely different point of view. He believed that over time, the scale of the problem was becoming larger and larger and would only get worse. When Zheng Guan wanted to clarify with the great teacher whether it could become worse than now and whether he was really sure of this, the teacher replied that he meant a conspiracy without any evidence. The governor of Shanxi raised all his military might to carry out the imperial decree. It was clear as day that the troops of the court came and surrounded the fortress on all sides. not for an ordinary walk. The general confirmed that it would be difficult to withdraw the troops because they are surrounded on all sides by the governor's army and the roads are blocked. The teacher said that maybe there is another solution. The general looked at him and asked what he meant because he certainly didn't have any proposals. Everyone around him didn't understand what his words meant and what he really wanted to say. The teacher looked at them and said that he was talking about the Shangfang sword. In his opinion, they still had a chance. The young master tried to push off from the surface of the water as hard as possible, although this turned out to be almost impossible. He drove so high that it seemed he was reaching the clouds in the sky. When he flew over a sinking ship, he heard cries for rescue coming from there. People screaming that they could not breathe and their ship was sinking. The warriors who stood on the rock and watched the ships noticed that one of the ships exploded, but they did not understand what could happen there. One of them told everyone else to look to the side and pointed with his finger where they should look. He wanted them to see a young gentleman in the sky who could move calmly. These guys opened their companies because they couldn't even imagine that this was possible, and they were surprised that he could do it alone. The young master looked around and realized that everyone on the rocks was watching him, and this gave him even more strength. He wanted to show them all what he was capable of. Therefore, in the next moments, he pretended that he could calmly walk in the air and absolutely control his every movement, not even just walking or running. He accelerated and ran, and with all his might, it seemed that this could not happen. It was unreal. One of the guys shouted in surprise that he had never seen a step of emptiness before. He thought that this couldn't happen because it was a hidden technique, and very few people possessed it. The young master says that when these guys saw him, they started using the technique of a snow leopard flying off a cliff. And he was not mistaken in his assumption. After a few seconds, these guys actually followed him. The guys from the parade cliff were not going to just stand and watch, and they could no longer stand here and watch as the guys from the Cheonsong faction grew in number. Therefore, they decided to give their enemies a thrashing. They were aggressive about this. The gray-haired old man asked his subordinates if they knew anyone who was with their brothers on the other side of the river. The subordinate replied that their brothers were joined by people from the village of 8 Balls and the morning sun of the Lotus Sword Gate. 2 are from the snow-colored ball hall and from the large lake area. The old man listened carefully to his assistant and thought that they could not stay away. Therefore, he told his subordinates that that guy was standing alone for the Cheonsong faction, so they should help them. He ordered to recapture this guy from the enemy. The young master assessed the situation he was in. He only needed to decide what he would do next. Therefore, he decided that he needed to try one technique that he owned. He channeled all his power into his hands, and now he could control his hands very quickly and strike with enormous force. The first who approached him could feel the force of his blow. In an instant, everything around was covered in blood. His blows were so accurate and so strong that just one time was enough and his enemy was knocked out. The young master instantly reacted to everyone who approached him and immediately struck blow after blow. In moments, there was not a single enemy around him who wanted to fight him. The young master was satisfied. But his enemy was not going to give up so easily. He sent arrows towards the young gentleman Suni, which he fired simultaneously. When he saw such a situation that 100 arrows were heading in his direction, he decided that he had to approach one of the ships so that all these arrows would hit the ship. He did just that. A large number of arrows hit the deck, and after such a hit, it immediately collapsed. The rest of the arrows hit the sail, and other parts of the young gentleman were able to hide so that none of the fired arrows hit him. There were such a large number of arrows that it seemed like it was raining only arrows, but none of them reached their target. Of course, the young master understood that they were helping him and he could count on their help. Well, anyway, he understood for himself that he had to learn to solve his problems on his own, and to correct himself with the enemy too. His opponent was quite confident in himself. He believed that the young master was just a boy, and his body defense technique would not be enough against his arrows. So he fired arrows. I think that he will come to an end. These 3 arrows were fired with such anger that it seemed that they had reached their target. They should have been killed instantly. When these 3 arrows were almost at the target, at the last moment, something went wrong. The 8-armed swordsman Yuk Hong watched everything that happened. He was from the village of 8 Swords. He considered the person who fired the arrows to be a fake, and he said that all those who attacked this guy were all enemies of the Vulcan sect, so they had to fight them. The 8-armed swordsman swung and struck the first blow at his enemy with the ball so that the sword cut the body and blood flowed. A battle began between opponents and different sects. There was a lot of blood around. Each of the military wanted to show their abilities and their capabilities. Some of the ringing were already licking breathlessly on the ground. The rest were fighting with their opponents. The young gentleman stood on a log, and it was precisely this log that the 3 arrows that were supposed to kill him flew. He stood and watched what was happening on one of the peaks. He did not understand why a fight started between them, and no one noticed him anymore, so the young master wanted to find out what was happening there on this peak. The old assistant was swimming and trying to shout to the young master. He wanted to tell him something very important. The assistant told the young master that this was his chance, and he suggested that they run away now because he almost died. The young master turned to look at him and said that he made him laugh, and he also asked him when it was that he almost died. The young master wanted to know at what moment he could have thought so. Hwasan was wondering what was happening at the top of these rocks. There was clearly a battle going on between 2 opposing sects. On one of the ships stood a gray-haired old man who was their leader. He also looked at what was happening on these rocks. The only thing he said was that these were the 7 balls of the Iron Mountain. He felt his strength and was ready to fight. The young master looked at him and understood that he was just an old man, but he needed to decide for himself. The young master thought and asked his assistant what kind of opponent he thought this old man was worth. The assistant looked in the same direction as his young master. Of course, this old man was their opponent worth fighting. Behind this old man stood a fairly large number of his assistants. But despite his age, he looked quite confident and strong. The young master's assistant said that he was very tired and had no strength anymore. His whole body hurt, and he was going to die. The young master did not react in any way to his words. He only asked the old man if he happened to know whether the lands of Kanama lay beyond the gorge with the 3 gates. The old assistant answered him that he had no idea. He didn't know anything, but asked why his young master needed this. The young master replied, Luoyang has always been known for its red and cheerful girls. The best beauties have always been in Luoyang, so let them wait for him to arrive soon. The young master told his servant to head in that direction, because he was not going to joke. The old man shouted that his humble servant Baek Ok-tan would carry out any of his orders, and if he wanted so, then they would not head in that direction. And then he said that they were going where the young master ordered him, just forward, and they began to move on the log. The gray-haired old man who was standing on the ship did not understand how this guy could behave this way towards him. When the young master approached the ship, he greeted the gray-haired old man of which he was the leader. It looked like a joke. The gray-haired old man asked the young master who he was and whose student he was. He was interested to know who taught him such a technique. The young master replied, if the old man didn't guess, then he's ready to tell him that he and the Vulcan sect. When the gray-haired old man heard that this guy from the Vulcan sect immediately remembered everything that he had been told before. He remembered what he was told, that this little devil who possesses a secret fighting technique is a disciple of the wolf sect. The young master stood right in front of the ship. The decks of this ship were filled with arrows. Each of these arrows pointed his arrow directly at the guy. The young master asked the old man if he was ready. And then he added that he should express gratitude to the benefactor who removed the seal, because everything needs to be done correctly. And then he added that he would help. And before the old man personally said goodbye to this world, he was ready to fight with it. The gray-haired man looked at the young master and decided that he was exaggerating his strength, and he could deal with him in a moment. So he summoned the 7 iron mountain balls and ordered them to bring him that bastard's head. All his assistants who stood behind him immediately rose into the sky and headed towards the guy who behaved so impudently towards him. On the other hand, the young master's servant could not allow anything to happen to him, and he also rose into the air to meet their enemies. In the hands of the old assistant, there were 2 hatchets, which he handled very deftly, and did not allow anyone to come close to his master. The old man thought that this kid's martial arts were not similar to the techniques of the Vulcan sect, and in addition, he had never heard of all the Vulcans using such tough fist-fighting techniques. In addition, the techniques of this kid's methods were completely incompatible with the noble path of the ball. On the contrary, he created his own path, unlike any other of them. The gray-haired man wanted to know if he really was a disciple of the Vulcan sect. He didn't believe it, so he asked the young man what his name was. He needed to find out before he entered into battle. The guy replied that his name is So Hwa-san, and he is from the Vulcan sect. The gray-haired old man asked Seo Hwa-san. He had never heard that there was someone with that name anywhere in the volcano. Therefore, he demanded that the guy tell his real name. He knew for sure that the whole volcano had never been called that by anyone. The guy answered the old man, "Doesn't he really believe that in the closed Vulcan sect there can be such outstanding heroes as him?" The old man had nothing to say to this objection, but he was sure that this guy was definitely not from this sect, and he was hiding something. The young master said that the gorge with 3 gates is so called because it unites the human gates, the divine gates, and the demonic gates. He called the old man Sedavolosov an old man and also added that he had most likely seen a lot, so now is the time for him to go to the next world. The old man could not forgive these words, so he took out his sword and prepared it for battle. He was ready to punish this upstart. The young master was confident in himself and continued to say that he would now send him to the demonic gate. The old man was not going to give up so easily. He held 2 balls in both hands and swung them. He ordered this guy to come closer. The young master said that he didn't need to be told twice. He heard well the first time. He concentrated his strength in one of his hands and decided that he should strike. He thought that his strength was enough to deal with this gray-haired old man, as it seemed to him at that moment. He pushed off and rose to the height where his opponent was. He swung and told the old man to receive a blow from him. This old man was not so simple and was not so defenseless. We needed to see what this guy was capable of. The guy really moved very quickly and delivered quite strong blows with his fist, but the old man avoided these blows so quickly. At some point, the young master tried to grab the old man, but he couldn't do it. He tried again and again. The guy didn't understand how he did it because he's quite an old man, but he escapes his blows so quickly. The guy landed on the deck of the ship to prepare for the next blow. It seemed that the old man knew in advance what he would do. The young master decided to change his tactics and try another technique that he owned. To do this, he pushed off to rise as high as possible and strike with more force, as it seemed to him. He thought that the old man had already been caught, and now he could defeat him, but everything went completely differently than he thought. The old man began to act proactively. He understood what this kid was capable of. He pushed off the deck, and avoiding the kick that the young master tried to deliver, swung his sword to strike back. Each of them at that moment was aggressive towards their enemy. The young master did not understand how such an old man could be so strong. The gray-haired old man looked at his young enemy and realized that this time he really had a worthy opponent. That is why the old man swung and delivered a decisive blow so that the young man did not have time to escape this blow. The young master thought that this old man had the technique of instantaneous movement. He did not have time to escape the blow, and the sword touched him. The wound was all over my face. It went through my forehead, and when I cleaned it, blood sprayed out in all directions. Then the young master felt that he was wounded and grabbed his side where the blood was bleeding. The young master's servant entered the battle alone against 7 opponents and held them so that they could not come closer to his master. He is so confident in driving his equipment and striking at his opponent with axes that were in his hands. Many of them did not even have time to approach the old man in order to strike him. Many were simply afraid to come close to him, and those who approached were not happy that they did so. The young master's servant was furious, and everyone who approached him and tried to attack him repelled them without blows and immediately struck them so that the press of his opponents was scattered to the sides. At some point, he felt a very strong blow on his hand. The blow was so strong that he could not even hold the axe. One of his opponents increased the force of his blow due to the balloons that he released. These balloons had the ability, like lenses, to increase everything several times and the force of the blow, too. The young master's servant, the moment he received the blow, felt that he could not hold the axe. His hand did not listen to him at all. Well, each axe was tied to him on a rope. Only due to this could he return the weapon to his hands and continue to fight. The servant wrapped his hand with this rope several times so that his axe would become as close as possible and he could take it back into his hand. After he was able to return his weapon to his hand, he launched it at his opponent. Now this axe flew from one enemy to another and so in turn struck each of them. And then he returned the young master's servant to his fist. He only had to deal with several more opponents. This time, the young master looked around and decided that he needed to attack this gray-haired old man. He was in no way going to give up. The old man realized that he had underestimated this young man and was a little shocked that he was being attacked again. So he decided to concentrate and fight back. The gray-haired old man pointed his sword towards the young master and put all his strength into it so that the young man could not get closer to him. The essence of the same balls flew towards the young man, each of which could pierce him right through. The young master put up a defense and fought off this attack from the gray-haired old man. He understood that he definitely should not lose in this battle. He even found it a little funny how the gray-haired old man was trying to win this fight, but he couldn't do anything. All this gave the young master even more strength to finish this battle as quickly as possible. The young master began to attack his opponent. He thought that he had once heard this smell and this feeling. The more blows he receives, the stronger he becomes. His opponent, the old man, looked at him and thought that he was just a crazy young man and he was really crazy about the power that he had. The only thing that could be heard was that he was screaming to be hit again so that he would become even stronger. At this time, his servant had almost dealt with the last opponents. He had very little left. While he suffered blow after blow, he looked at his young master and thought that he was doing a good job all this time. In order for him to win, the young master would need to spit out all his anger at one moment, and then his strength would become even greater. A few years ago in Seoul, a boy ran and called for his father, afraid that he would never talk to him again. When he ran to the huge doors, he heard his father coughing thunder, but he still didn't know what happened to him. His father was lying on the ground. His eyes were already closed. He didn't say anything. He just coughed. Two uniformed men stood over his father's body. They were the ones who brought him here. When the boy opened the door, he saw that his father was lying on the ground. He was completely beaten and could not move. When his father was taken to the doctor, the boy asked the doctor what his father's condition was. The doctor didn't tell him anything because he didn't want to upset him. He was still very young. Well, then he realized from the doctor's look that his father would not live very long, and he could not help him in any way. It was then that he felt pain for the first time. He could not change anything. He knew about the hopelessness that awaited him from his father. The only thing is that he then clenched his fist very tightly, and his father saw that he took this fist into his hand, after which he told him not to act rashly before he does something he should always think. The boy did not want to hear his father's farewell words. He did not want to understand how this could happen and why it happened to him. The father asked his son to promise him that he would keep the oath he took, after which his father closed his eyes. The boy said that he could not. He could not forgive the eunuchs from Nishutan. He was ready to kill them all because they unfairly accused his father and tortured him. The father opened his eyes and told his son that until bad times came in the volcano, their predecessors took an oath to live in Tien. The boy understood that this oath was absolutely nonsense, and he did not want to adhere to this oath. There was only revenge in his head. His father was very weak, but he tried to explain to his son that if he did not keep the oath, he could not finish speaking because he began to cough up blood. The boy lifted him up, trying to ease his condition. He hoped that his father could still survive. Well, his father told him not to forget his grandfather's last words. If he breaks his oath, it will lead to the death of the whole family. He shouldn't have allowed this to happen. Then he thought, who could punish him? Most likely it was just a stupid horror story to force them to fulfill their oath. It seemed to him that the world didn't even know them, and they were the last stronghold of the Vulcan sect. Then he was still a child, and did not understand who could find out even if he used this power. He did not understand who could punish him. His father asked Hwasan to promise him that even after his death, he would not break his oath. These were one of his last words. And he also added that his son should never use force for personal revenge. This could lead to irreversible consequences. Hwasan closed his eyes and said that he didn't want to hear anything. He wanted to take revenge on the bastard for doing this to his father. He knew for sure that he would never forgive this. His father said that this is his last will, and he asks that his son not break his oath and not allow anger and bureaucratic arbitrariness to get out of control. His father tried to explain to him that he was still small, and now it was too early to use the power that was in their family. But his father at some point fell silent and said a few more words. Hwasan couldn't calm down. He didn't want to let his father go. He didn't want to hear him, and thought that everything could still be changed. His father said that he accepted his fate, took a deep breath, and then exhaled, and he said nothing more. He lay with his eyes closed. It was that moment when the person closest to him, his father, passed away in Hwasan's life. He couldn't believe it. His eyes were filled with tears. He felt a thirst for revenge and the enormous pain that was inside him. His servant was sitting on the threshold of their house and heard the boy crying inside and calling for his father. But in this situation, he could not help him in any way. He felt very sorry for his young master, but he understood that in this situation, he would not be able to protect him, and his young master will have to choose his own path to correct this pain that will be in his heart. He looked out the window as the young master sobbed over the body of his father, but he was not going to calm him down and feel sorry for him. It was already night outside and there was a huge light in the sky. The moon seemed to illuminate everything around. Hua-san sat over his father's body and thought that this was his retribution, a punishment for his greed. That's exactly how it seemed to him at that moment. He thought that his father was right about everything, and if he could, he would change everything now. But he decided for himself that his father should forgive him for violating his last will. The young master thought that even if the words about punishment were true and his whole family died, he still had to take revenge, and when he ends up in the next world, he will ask for forgiveness from his entire family. He put a bandage on his face so that his nose and mouth were not visible, and decided that he must take revenge on those who took his father away from him. He no longer wanted to hide his capabilities, and therefore, pushing off from the ground, he made a huge leap towards the Eastern Bureau. While he was moving at the speed of light in this direction, he thought that he would kill them all. The hatred for the eunuchs was so enormous that he did not doubt the conduct of his choice. He moved at such a speed that the place where he lived was further and further away. Hua-san was determined, and he was ready to avenge his father. He was very close to his goal. Just a little more and he will be in the place where his opponents were. He was waiting for you impatiently. And within a few seconds he arrived at the place, and now he only needed to look around and act. The young master looked around to understand in which direction he should move. He was filled with a thirst for revenge. Well, what he saw made a great impression on him. He never expected that he could see such. Arriving for the young master, he saw that his enemy was killed and he had no one to fight with. The only thing that he did not understand was who could do it. So he decided to look around. He needed to understand who did it for him. Sell a little around the territory. He saw a palace near which there were no longer any guards. She was all dead and lying on the ground. Hua-san decided that he would immediately get to the second floor. He pushed off from the earth and immediately got to the second floor. Entering the room on the second floor, he was no less surprised than what he saw down there. His faithful servant entered the battle in his place, and all these people who were killed by him. Old Man Pak was exactly what the young master called him. Standing in his body were arrows shot from the enemy's bow sticking out. He was covered in the blood of those people he killed. Hua-san looked at him and didn't understand why he did it, because it was he who had to do it. It was he who had to avenge his father. Old Man Pak turned and looked at the young master. He did all this for his sake. He could not let his young master down. He decided that he must take revenge so that the young master will continue to keep his oath and fulfill his father's last request. The fight between Hua-san and the gray-haired old man continued, and the smart gentleman was thinking what he should do. After all, the old man had just said that he could not hold back. If this is indeed the case, then Hua-san decided that he needed to concentrate his power in his hands and try to strike at this old man. Hua-san swung and struck with all his power at this old man, but he avoided this blow in time. Then he tried again to strike him with a powerful blow. Well, this time the blow did not reach its target, and they separated on different sides. They had some time to start the battle over again. Hua-san knew for sure that he could not lose in this battle, so he tried to correctly distribute his forces. When his opponent landed behind the young master, the old man looked and saw that he was oozing blood. The young man struck him. So he looked at his sword and thought that it was the cruel and intoxicating claw technique that he used on him. The old man thought that the noble Vulcan sect was teaching such excellent martial arts. He knew for sure that this could not be. Hua-san was not particularly polite and asked his panic if it was hard for him. He considered him an old man, so he thought that his bones were aching from old age. Vyacheslav was very upset by the gray-haired old man. He said that they would stop chatting and that the boy would shut up. Despite his wound, he took out a sword and was ready to go into battle. The young man stood and looked at him. He asked his opponent if he hadn't just recently said that there is heaven in the day, and that's all. The old man looked at him and understood that he was doing this specifically to irritate him even more. But he succeeded, so the angry old man rushed towards the young man in order to deliver a double-sided blow with swords. Well, the young man was ready to take all these blows. He was able to dodge these blows. Hua-san thought that his words certainly irritated this old man about how cool he looked. But there was no sense in it at all. He didn't understand whether he would continue. Well, his opponent, the old man, did not give up and continued to attack him. He still had the strength to do so, and he had quite good skills. Hua-san managed to escape his attack in time. He jumped to the side so that he would not be caught by this force. The old man looked at how the young man moved and he understood that it would not be easy for him to cope with him. Therefore, he decided that he should once again use the sword technique. He mastered this technique perfectly. Hua-san understood what was ahead of him, so he remembered everything that he was taught. He could not allow this old man to win. He needed to choose the right tactics and technique in order to avoid the blows that this old man was trying to deliver. And in this situation, he decided to use the snake dragon wheel of sorrow. Absolutely all the power that was released by the old man passed by Hua-san and did not catch him. It seemed that he managed to evade such blows very easily. It seemed that he was simply standing there. All the blows passed him by. The old man thought that this guy was quite cunning, and he had never seen such a technique before. He would call it the walking technique. Hua-san looked at the old man and asked if he counted how many of his ships he blew up. The old man looked at the young man and got very angry. He shouted at him that he was a kid, and how much longer could he dodge with his cunning walking technique, and if he wants to fight, then let him fight and not dodge. Hua-san laughed and said that the old man is very boring and it's definitely not the right thing to tell him about this because he can only attack from afar. The old man stood for some time and did nothing. It seemed that something had happened to him, or maybe he was just exhausted. And if this is exactly the case, then in this case there is neither victory nor defeat. The old man just stood and looked at Hua-san. There was a lot of rage and anger in his gaze. He had never lost before, much less to such a young man. The old man looked at this young master's servant and how he desperately defends his master and how his people don't have a chance. Then he turned his head the other way. He really wanted to see how many ships he had left. But he didn't quite like what he saw. The water around him was all red. It seemed like it was pure blood. Many bodies were floating on the surface and his ship was underwater. The old man thought that he always had the movement of the Central Plains sect in the foreground and they couldn't waste any more time because of this guy. He looked at him again and realized that he couldn't let him go so easily. He had to answer for all the damage he caused. On the one hand, he understood that he did not have time, but on the other hand, he simply could not let him go. Hua-san looked at his opponent and thought that he needed to change his battle tactics or just run away from here. Very close, there was a forest in which you could hide very quickly and go completely unnoticed. Therefore, he pushed off from the earth and with all the strength he had, flew towards the forest. The old man did not expect such a turn of events. He started shouting for Hua-san to stop and continue the fight. Otherwise, he was ready to catch up with him and then punish him. The old man's assistants continued to fight with the young master's servant. They tried to attack him with all their strength, but they didn't always succeed because the servant had 2 axes in his hands, which he wielded perfectly, and with which he could repel any enemy attack, despite the fact that his opponent attacked with a sword. The young master's servant became so excited that a little more, and he would have torn apart all the assistants of the gray-haired old man. The old man ordered his assistant, the 7 iron mountain balls, to immediately retreat and follow their master into the forest. All the assistants immediately jumped up and stopped the fight. The young master's servant did not follow their master. All 7 were in the sky within a few seconds and were heading towards the forest. None of them could disobey their master. Each of them knew that they must follow the head of their sect. This was their direct responsibility, but a very great force stopped them. Each of these 7 assistants felt this power and not one of them could resist it. But they didn't realize that they were disoriented and falling down, and not one of them could move further. It seemed that they were being sucked in by some kind of funnel. The force that stopped them was the strength of the young master's servant. He could not allow these 7 assistants to join their master. They didn't understand what was happening to them, and everyone wanted to know what it was and why they were falling. The young master's servant, Old Man Bayek, decided that these guys needed to stay here because he had to deal with them to the end. Hua-san ran through the forest at high speed. The gray-haired old man tried to catch up with him. He jumped from branch to branch to see the young man. The gray-haired old man understood that he could only keep track of the enemy by being higher than him, so he decided to move along the tree branches. He held his 2 balls in his hands and tried to use their power to stop Hua-san, but he didn't succeed, so he desperately started shouting that he wouldn't let him. The white-haired old man couldn't let this kid defeat him, so he continued to chase him and try to attack him using the power of his balls. They didn't bother Hua-san in any way. They passed him all the time, and the young man ran away faster and faster and further. The old man was very angry, and therefore he strengthened the force that he directed with the help of his balls. It seemed that the ground was already burning under Hwasan's feet. But despite this, Hwasan moved further and further and faster and faster. The gray-haired old man was very irritated, and he shouted at the young man that he was a little rat. He wanted to know how long he would run away from him. When Hwasan heard these words, he decided that he needed to change tactics. He stopped and sat down. He lowered his two hands into the ground. It seemed as if he had released the claws from his hands. He needed this to hold as much earth as possible in his hands. Hwasan picked up a huge piece of earth that looked like a very large stone and held it easily in his hands. The young master wanted to explain to the old man which of the two of them is running away here, and which of the two is really weaker. The old man didn't understand what he would do and why he lifted such a huge boulder, but he knew for sure that he had never had such an opponent in his life. The next moment, this huge block flew towards the gray-haired old man, and now he had no other choice but to run away from it. Hwasan laughed. Now it was clear which of the two of them was running away at the moment. When this huge block approached the old man, he used his strength to break it, and he did it. The block split into a dozen small pieces and scattered in different directions. The gray-haired old man was simply not going to give up, and he believed that this was not a test for him at all. He became even more angry, after which he shouted for Hwasan to stop acting like a fool, and if he was really going to fight, then let him do it. Hwasan was not going to listen to him, and therefore continued to avoid the old man's blows, using the technique that he owned. He moved very quickly from one place to another. The gray-haired old man tried to strike him blow after blow, but he did not succeed because the young man avoided all his blows. Hwasan understood that the old man had penetrated him and was not such a weak glass. He really was a strong opponent. The gray-haired old man also thought that he had been penetrated by this arrogant young man, who owned a technique that he had never seen before and could not easily cope with him. They stood in a clearing in the middle of the forest, one opposite the other, and now they had to finish what they started. The old man held his two swords in his hands and crossed them with each other. This meant that his strength was all in these swords. Hwasan told him that he is a grandfather, and at such an old age, isn't he tired of swinging the ball? Apparently, the reputation of the king of the ball is too exaggerated. And he also added that the sword he uses is the sword of the Cheon-san faction. At this time, the young master concentrated his strength in his hands. The gray-haired old man looked at the young man and wondered how he could know that this sword was Cheon-san. Hwa-san. The old man shouted where he was looking in the middle of the battle. It seemed that he was mad with his anger and rage. On the contrary, the old man was completely calm, and it seemed that he was in control of this situation. In fact, everything was completely different. Hwa-san. When he approached, he grabbed the sword with one hand. At the same moment, this sword began to crack and crumble in his hands. The distraught old man could not even imagine that this could happen to his military weapon. He always knew that his sword was the most powerful. Hwa-san easily broke off part of the ball. The rest remained in the hands of the gray-haired old man. He was very surprised. Hwa-san showed that he also possesses one fighting technique. It was the snake hand technique. He did not need a weapon to destroy his enemy. When Hwa-san used this technique, he practically turned into a snake that enveloped the opponent's hands and approached his head. And then, as in life and in this technique, the most important thing was for the snake to inflict its poisonous bite. That's exactly what Hwa-san did. He got as close as possible to the old man's neck and stabbed him with his own part of the sword, which he broke off. Blood splashed in all directions, but the young master did not stop there. After the first blow, he also struck a second blow from the other side. The old man could not resist. Blood splashed from his body in all directions. He felt wild pain. He could only moan. Hwa-san looked at this old man and realized that this was the last minute of his life. He told him that now the time had come when he had to die. The old man stood leaning on his sword because he had no strength, and Hwa-san was approaching him in order to inflict the final blow on him. Murik was not going to give up, so he began to defend himself with two fragments of swords that were still in his hands, and he did it quite professionally. He believed that if he still had something resembling a sword in his hand, then he could always protect it, or on the contrary, attack with it. The old man tried to attack his opponent even with the weapon he had, and he succeeded. Hwa-san was surprised. He believed that he was already a winner, but the old man simply did not give up and attacked. His ball hit passed very close to his head. The battle continued. each of the opponents showed what he was capable of. The old man made very nice moves with his sword, and Hua-san quickly avoided his attack. Hua-san didn't understand where this old man got his strength from, and he also didn't understand what kind of art of effect he possessed. The old man really, despite the wounds that were bleeding from him, gathered his strength and tried to attack his opponent with the help of a fragment of a ball. Hua-san didn't like this very much. He had to constantly avoid these attacks, but he had no other choice. The gray-haired old man concentrated all his strength and shouted that the bastard Hua-san tried to attack him again. Hua-san was heading towards him at great speed. He had no choice but to repulse the next attack of his opponent. At some point, their views crossed, and it was clear that this was the old man's last chance, and in the eyes of the young master, there was rage and anger. Despite the fact that Hua-san attacked completely unarmed, he once again used the snake claw tactics, and his attack was successful. Hua-san achieved his goal. The old man did not have a single chance to escape the enemy's attack. The fragments of his ball moved along a trajectory and were supposed to reach the goal, and that's exactly what happened. The old man was on his knees. He no longer had the strength to fight this fight. He knew that he had lost. Hua-san stood next to him and said that the old man had fallen into senile insanity. He didn't understand why, with such good dictation skills, he was now doing some nonsense. Did he really look like a simpleton? And why was he using this useless sword? The old man's salute was covered in blood, and he tried to stop it with his hand. He didn't know how to answer this question. He only thought about one thing, that everything that happened to him was incredible. He put all his strength into this last attack to reveal his art of dictation. He thought that this was all due to the impact of the 12 heavens. He spent his whole life to understand the essence of the fragile sword and create the sword of heavenly sleep. 1,000 lightning strikes. The invincible sword shattered into pieces weakly, and the contempt of the faction's fencing art could only make the opponent suffer for a short moment. He remembered how he stood there and talked about how the strike of the 12 heavens was forgotten. Today, the Kion-san faction is dominant here, which arose on the basis of the weak art of wielding the ball, the sword of heavenly sleep. 1,000 lightning strikes created by him will make their sect better. The elders listened to his speech and said that it was incredible and that all the elders would simply ignore it. Then he stood there and everyone shouted to him, "Long live Pa Gong!" Everyone believed in his words and thought that he would really make them all the strongest. Now he was thinking that his sin was so serious that he was overtaken by such a cruel kara. He could not even defend himself with his strength and with the help of his sword. He thought about what he left behind the ancestors of Taoists and Kendo, which could destroy heaven, and tried to make up for lost time. So why does this sin not leave him? The old man stood and held his sword near his neck. The only word he said was Murim. Before his death, he wanted to say that he bowed deeply to the Murim and was already ready to end his life. The gray-haired old man collapsed to the ground the next moment. It seemed like this was the end. Hua-san approached him and said that he was worthless and bowed to him, and no one allowed him to choose his own death. Hua-san stood over the old man's body and was indignant that no one would allow him to remove death himself. And he also said that the right to kill the loser remains with the winner. Those were the rules of the game, so everything he did was dishonest. Hua-san came closer to the old man's body and asked where he got this fake. He wanted to take it. Well, when he extended his hand to take it, he felt that besides the two of them, there was someone else here. Hua-san was a little offended that he won this fight and this old man did not let him finish the job. And the feeling of the presence of other people behind him became more and more. Hua-san pestered to see who it was. He saw two people whose faces were behind the masks. He wanted to find out from them who they were and why they were here. He didn't hear an answer to his question, so he asked again who they were. And this time, the masked people didn't answer him. They stood behind him and watched him. It was unclear where they came from and what their purpose was. Neither one nor the other made a sound. They just looked at each other. Hua-san understood that his battle was not over yet. One of these two looked at the other. It was clear that it was the other who had to give some kind of sign. Hua-san did not hesitate for long and said that he was tired of all this and immediately began to attack his new opponents. Hua-san wanted to find out what they forgot here. Pushing off from the ground, he headed towards them at high speed. These two, having shifted from foot to foot several times, pushed off from the earth and took off into the air. Hua-san realized that he would now have to catch up with these two and the battle would take place entirely on the ground and in flight. When he tried to drive away these two, He realized that they were moving fast enough, and he could not do it right away. For some reason, he thought that there was an old man left on the ground, and maybe they appeared here not to engage in battle with him, but because of this old man. He slowed down for a while and turned his head to look down where the old man's body was. When he turned around, he saw that the old man was not there. It was unclear when they managed to take his body. He realized that he had been distracted specifically for this purpose. Hua-san was furious. He didn't understand why they needed to be such scum and act like that. At this very time, in another part where the battle of the young master's servant was fought, everything was also coming to an end. Of the 7 warriors, only 2 remained. The rest were lying on the ground in a pool of blood, and those who had not yet been killed could no longer resist. They were wounded, but despite this, they still held on. There was blood everywhere, hope on the ground. There were pools of blood everywhere. It was a very nice bright day with beautiful white clouds floating across the sky. The young master's servant tightened his wound on his hand so that the blood would not splash and interfere with him. He understood that there were only 2 left, and he needed to deal with them. When everyone was finished, the servant heard voices coming from the rocks. He looked in that direction and saw that something was happening there. He heard someone shouting to stand, and then shouting to stand and not move. Most likely they were prisoners. One of these people reported that everything was over on this side of the river. The other stood and ordered the people whom they had captured so that they should not twitch and sit quietly. Commander Yan Chung stood and looked at the other side. He thought that everything was fine, and it seemed to him that he on the other side had also completely figured it out. His assistant said that's exactly how it was. The assistant looked at Commander Yang Chung and thought that he was no longer a commander, but a commander-in-chief. So everything here now depends on him. A man was sitting on the ground with broken arms and legs. It was the same strategist. He thought that he had survived this war, but did not understand who they were. The soldiers called the commander. They wanted to say that it seemed to them that this guy was in a high position. Yan Chung approached him, looked and asked him, "He is the same strategist from Changsan." The wounded man did not say a word to me, but he was very surprised and frightened after he heard that he was going to be sent to the Vulcan sect. For him, it sounded like a sentence. Yan Cheng told him that the whole world should know about his crimes. His attack on the volcano sect and brutal murder will not go unpunished, and he must answer for his sins. They began to hear it from somewhere very close, so they could wait. Yan Chung turned his head and saw that an old man was swimming towards them and asked them to wait a minute. This old man was very close. He begged them to be a minute late. In the hands of this old man, there was not a small bag that he was pulling behind him. Yan Chung looked at this strange old man and didn't understand who it was, so he wanted to know why he was asking them to wait. The young master's servant came out of the water, coughing a little. He began to say that he almost died. By the time he swam, his body was covered in cuts, and his shoulder was tied so that the blood would not flow. When he caught his breath, he began to point with his finger and count 1, 2, 3, 4. He pointed to the dead on the opposite bank. Everyone looked at this machine and he continued to count 5, 6, 7, 8. He looked very strange, so it was immediately unclear what he was talking about. The young master's servant counted to 23 and then he pointed to the 24th. Yan Chung listened to him attentively, but still interrupted and asked what he was doing now. The old man, without turning, turned to the gentleman. He said that he took care of everyone on the opposite side, and only 2 of those 100 in total remained, and then he laughed. He wanted to say that on the opposite bank he dealt with everyone alone. Yan Chung and his warriors looked at him and didn't understand that this couldn't happen. They had a whole army and he was able to do it himself. The old man pointed to the opposite bank and said that it was there that his young master arrived as support. And in truth, his young master was the one who caught everyone. Yan Cheng turned to the old man. He said that he was from the Xiaga sword fort and asked for forgiveness for such a first meeting. He wanted to know the identity of the master who had hidden in the forest. The young master's servant scratched his head and said that in order to tell them the master's name, he needs his young master's consent for this. He can ask him about this only after he captures one old man. From different sides, they began to ask questions. Is he really there now with their commander? And what is he doing with him now? And is the old man really the Ball King Chuang-san and the head of the sect? This gray-haired old man was the Y of the Chuan-san faction. Others, having heard such news, were sure that his enemy was probably still alive. The third said that the king of the sword had taken a swing at the main branch of the sect. One of the veneer shouted for everyone to pay attention and pointed his finger towards the forest. An unknown young man came out of him. Everyone was interested to know who was coming out of the Yangcheng forest, and his warriors froze to see who was the winner in this. The young master's servant was pleased because he saw his master coming out of the forest. He was glad that he was coming to meet him. Hua-san came out of this forest as a winner because he had a victory behind him in a serious battle with a very strong nickname. At Wang Yeso's residence, the morning began calmly. It seemed that the day would be like this. Well, everything was not at all like that. The soldiers of the emperor and the governor surrounded the residence from all sides. The elders had ambivalent assessments of this situation, and they believed that this was the biggest problem they had. Someone said that this is, of course, a big problem, but is it really not a serious crime what he is trying to do now? The third said that everyone refrained from talking because this was a really serious crime. No one understood whether they were planning a conspiracy. One of the elders explained that this was not what he meant at all. No one understood what was happening. Therefore, they had to come to terms and decided that now there was nothing they could do. They had to wait to see how events would develop. One of the elders thought that Wang Yeso was up to something, but none of them could guess anything. They thought that they could only observe. And he was definitely up to something if he left his place and didn't come to explain to them what the problem was. The teacher told Wang, first of all, with the power of the Shangfang sword, it was necessary to drive away the armies of the governor and the emperor that surrounded them on all sides. The general of the left party, Chang Zhong, objected to the teacher that first they must get rid of the false imperial decree. It is unclear what could happen at the trial. Therefore, they must immediately call in Xiao Kang's troops. The teacher said that this is impossible if the 80,000 army of Tsang advances. They will no longer be able to defend their non-involvement in the conspiracy. It will be like a confession. If this happens, even if they have the power of the Shangfang sword, the armies of the emperor and the governor will attack them immediately. The governor was the favorite of the previous emperor. He would not contradict the power of the Shangfang sword that Wang received from him. The governor's loyalty to the previous emperor was sincere, and one should not forget that he was ready to die for him. Wang faced the main question. He had to give an answer, first of all to himself. He should recall the army back. Wang with the teacher and the general headed to the hall where the Shangfang sword was kept. At the moment, they needed to protect themselves. Wang looked at the sword that was lying on the table and said that he had not touched the Shangfang sword for a long time. Wang came closer and ordered his subordinates to untie the silk with which the sword was tied. One of the subordinates untied the silk. None of them could even imagine what they would see there. Their surprise knew no bounds. Each of those present in this room could not even imagine. Under the silk fabric, there was a completely different sword. Van muttered that no, it couldn't be. In front of him was an ordinary iron sword. He wanted to understand what it was. Therefore, he demanded an explanation from his subordinates. He held this iron sword in his hands and told them to quickly tell who was in this room before him. He demanded that they answer honestly who came here before he entered this room. Huang Zhongguan turned to His Highness. He said that Her Majesty Hua Yung came here and forgot the day before his arrival. Van covered his face with his hand. He did not expect such betrayal from Hua Yung. There was nothing more to say. The generals were also very surprised. Could Her Majesty the Princess really switch swords and thus frame Wang? The teacher thought what happened was a big problem, but he didn't understand how this could happen and how she could do this. The troops of the emperor and the governor were approaching closer and closer to the castle. They had no time left to come up with a plan. Within a few minutes, these troops were near the palace itself. The messenger shouted for Gay Wang Yeso to immediately come out and surrender. The commander of the army that arrived wanted to see Wang Yeso. He shouted that the governor's patience had come to an end. If he continued to stall for time, it would be considered disobedience. It was decided in the palace that they should refrain from all kinds of conversations. A specific decision had to be made, and this had to be done by Wang. Wang and his retinue with the general and the teacher were in the palace. They needed to go out to the army that surrounded them. The commander shouted for Wang Yeso to go to the emperor as quickly as possible, and if he does not do this, the guards will seize him and consider him a criminal. The general told them to stop because they don't dare call the emperor's younger brother a criminal. They have no basis for this. The teacher looked at the general and told Zhongguan to act. He didn't have to explain for a long time what to do. Zhang Guan understood from just one look at the teacher what he needed to do. He walked up to the Shangfang sword and took it. He then walked up to Wang Yeso and handed over this sword to His Highness. No one except the three of them knew that this sword was not real. His Highness Wang Yeso took this sword into his hand and raised it above his head. Wang Yeso told everyone present that this was the Shangfang sword that the emperor had given him, and they should all show their respect for it. The captain and all the soldiers who were near the palace had no choice but to get down on one knee. They really had to show respect for the emperor. The elders began to talk among themselves about the fact that Wang Yeso was holding the Shangfang sword, and that the previous emperor had given him this sword for his merits. The warrior commander stood on one knee and thought to himself that a big problem had arisen, and he probably wouldn't be able to cope with it. Wang Yeso held this sword in front of him, and said that with the power given to him by this Shangfang sword, ordering the two of the emperor and the governor to retreat. No one expected such a turn of events, and the commander understood that now he would have to command so that his troops would retreat. He needed to do something. He looked at this sword wrapped in silk cloth that Wang Yeso was holding in his hand and could not do anything. There was a moment of silence. Tension was felt everywhere. The general of the left party was silent and waited for what would happen next. In fact, he knew that there was not a real sword there and understood that their plan could fail at any moment. The teacher silently observed the situation that was now. They needed to pause and convince everyone that this sword was real. Qianguan silently understood that now, everything depends on how events will develop. Nothing to do but wait. The commander foresaw this situation and asked Wang Yeso to untie the silk to check the authenticity of the ball. Wang Yeso seemed to have not heard these words. He said, "Whoever dares to disobey the orders of the previous emperor will be severely punished for disloyalty." The governor was very upset because he did not understand how they could return empty-handed. They tried to explain that this could not happen. It is a monstrous crime to contradict the order of the emperor. Yes, this is disrespect towards the emperor. I can immediately punish this bunch of traitors. The governor completely agreed and considered this the right decision. He ordered them to punish and destroy this gathering of traitors. In fact, it was not so simple, and they began to explain to him that the situation was completely unfavorable for them. The commander objected and said that these words do not just sound ridiculous. Therefore, they need to be punished immediately. They objected to him that he should know that the emperor handed over the Shangfang sword to Wang Yeso and guaranteed the power of the sword even after his death. The commander said that he had one thing, but this is a monstrous crime. Moreover, the ruling emperor would not just send an order here that they must carry out. In fact, Emperor Song summoned all the ministers from the Eastern Bureau and publicly gave them an order that he would grant the military leader pardons in exchange for the Shangfang sword, and the ruling emperor should personally appoint the position of crown prince. It all sounds as if for Wang Yeso, even preparing a rebellion is not a serious crime, they thought. The governor said that this is of course not true, but the power given to Wang Yeso by the Shangfang sword allows him to reduce the punishment. In addition, he has the opportunity to ask the ruling emperor for a reinvestigation. In addition, the ruling emperor has no heirs, and Wang Yeso is his younger brother and an acting official, which means it is obvious that he will be the next to ascend the throne. None of those present could object. All the words spoken were indeed true, but some decision had to be made. Therefore, they decided that as long as the emperor gave the order, it would be followed correctly by everyone. It was clear to everyone what we were talking about. The one who proposed to do this at some point became afraid that his proposal was very daring. He lowered his head and did not say another word. The governor said that in this case, the emperor's troops will not allow anyone, regardless of status, to enter or exit immediately. Report the current situation to the imperial court and receive a response from the emperor. Everyone understood perfectly well that Wang Yeso was not such a simpleton, and that he used the power given to him by the Shangfang sword to a dead end. The captain asked the teacher if he wanted to have some tea. He replied that he urgently needed to go to the restroom and would be back soon. The Xhosa commander looked at him and told him to hurry up. It turned out to be very suspicious. In fact, the teacher needed some deserted place so that no one could see him there. He took out a carrier pigeon from under his robe. He had to convey a message that was already expected from him. This message was tied to one of the paws of this pigeon. This message was a complete report of everything that was happening. The next moment, he released the dove and made sure it flew as high as possible so that none of those present here would notice it. His head rose higher and higher into the sky, and the camp from which he was released remained completely in the distance. The dove flew all day, and in the evening it arrived at its address. They had been waiting there for a long time. When Golub was there, she took out the note that was addressed and read it, after which she decided that Wang Yeso was acting as they expected. When she read the note, she went out and turned to the gentleman. She said that now the time had come and they needed help. Among her lord were Ohan Moon and Zhang Yunbang, and also the malicious Seo Suman, the mysterious Biwal Zhang, and finally the Zhang Nam sect. She said that it was time to ensure their survival on this unfriendly earth. They must live up to expectations. The young master's servant stood and said that he had taken care of everything. On the opposite side, there were only 2 left out of 100 in total. He even found it funny. One of the warriors pointed his finger to the side and told everyone to look exactly there. He pointed in the direction of the forest. Everyone turned and looked towards the forest, but none of them understood who was coming out of it now. The young master's servant immediately realized from afar that it was Hua-san and was very happy. Everyone was wondering who was coming to them. When the young master came closer, everyone saw him, and his servant said that this was his master Hua-san. When the young master came very close, he asked his servant why there were 2 left on the other side, and why he left someone alive. His servant was very glad to see his master, and in response to his question, he began to make excuses about the fact that these 2 are not entirely alive. Hua-san tried to explain his services because he had already told him more than once that he shouldn't do anything carelessly. He told his servant that it was necessary to kill absolutely everyone without exception. These words surprised everyone present a little, but no one objected. The servant took his hatchet in his hand and said, "If that's the case, then what are 2 people? It's just, ugh, he'll deal with them very quickly." The commander of the Vulcan sect told them to stop. He had a completely different opinion. He believed that the people who invaded everyone who volcano are his enemies, and therefore he asks for forgiveness. But they hope that they will hand over these enemies to them. Hua-san, having heard this speech, asked him again, "What does it mean to convey to them? Do they really know what to do with them? And are they really confident in their abilities?" All this was not true at all. That's why he wasn't going to hand over anyone to them. He believed that the people of this Vulcan sect had too many words and very little action. He looked at the wounded man who was sitting next to them and said that this bastard occupies a high position in the Chowan San faction. And do they really think that they can cope if this faction sends masters to find him and save him? The warriors of the Vulcan faction understood that there was indeed truth in his words, despite the fact that it hurt their pride. Hua-san asked them what they would do if they sent a whole detachment to search for this man. Do they have enough strength? He also added that the head of the Vulcan sect was killed by a student who was supposed to be the next head, also killed. Ashes that remained. After the cremation of the remaining killed students, he painted the Lotus Peak black. This news came as a complete surprise to all the soldiers. Many of them were upset and even began to cry. The head of the army of the Vulcan sect asked how they knew such details about the disaster. What happened in their sect? Hua-san did not tell anything in detail, but only said that he found out about it completely by accident. The strategist who sat and listened to all this could not stand it and shouted. He called the young master an idiot, and he also added that Hua-san said that he was a student from the Vulcan sect. All the warriors who stood there couldn't even imagine what this could be. Could this really be a disciple of their sect? Hua-san was really calling for this strategist and didn't understand why he just now started talking about the fact that he was a student of the sect. The warriors of the Vulcan sect thought that this could really be the case. He was about 20 years old, and they didn't have a single student who had reached such heights in martial arts. Hua-san told the strategist to keep his mouth shut, otherwise he would be in trouble. Members of the Vulcan sect wanted to know if the strategist really told the truth, and this young gentleman is one of the disciples of their sect. The head of this sect asked the young master if he really was a disciple of their sect. He asked who was his master. Hua-san looked at him and said that it's not true. In fact, he didn't want to tell them all the truth. It was at this moment when he began to make excuses that a loud sound was heard and his speech was interrupted. The sound became louder and the huge drums beat louder. It was clear that the Imperial Army was approaching. The Imperial Army was very close because the sound became even louder. Most likely it was a fleet military outpost. Glossy shouted for everyone to kneel because Princess Wang Yeso, Her Highness Hua Young, had arrived. It was an order for everyone to bend the knee before the princess, Her Highness. She stood and looked around how much she was respected. Hua-san covered his face with his hands. He couldn't even imagine that she could appear here now. He felt uneasy. Everyone else obeyed the order because it was Her Highness Princess Hua Young. The warriors of the volcano sect sank to the ground and bowed before the princess, all showing their respect. The young master's servant lived a long life for Her Highness and also bowed before her, lowering his head to the earth. The only one who remained standing and who did not bow to the princess, it was Hua-san. He stood and covered his face with his hand. The strategist thought, why doesn't this stupid kneel, and he didn't understand how the princess got here in the first place? Well, be that as it may, a whole fleet arrived from the gorge outpost with 3 gates. After analyzing this whole situation, he thought that this could only mean that guests would come here soon. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the princess screamed loudly. Brother began to wave her hand. Hua-san could not understand why she suddenly appeared here. The princess told her teacher that she had actually found her brother. The teacher told her that he completely agreed with Her Highness, but she would get a scolding for unofficially moving troops using the Shangfang sword. The princess didn't care at all because she had achieved her goal, and after such words from her teacher, she began to tease him because she understood that nothing would be done to her. An hour ago, the princess, accompanied by a teacher and other attendants, arrived at the barracks where the fleet was located. Did she tell this entire retinue to stop and identify herself? They were only interested in one thing. Who dared to enter the barracks territory without permission? The teacher was indignant and said that this is great impudence. They are insulting Princess Wang Yeso in this way. I am in the middle name of Hua Young and asked, do they really have no manners? When the warriors heard that this was Princess Wang Yeso, Her Highness Hua Yan, they were very surprised and did not understand why she had come to them. The princess, without descending to the ground, told all the military officers to listen to her. She held a sword in her hands and said that with the power given to her by the Shangfang sword, all the ships of the navy of this outpost take over the leadership of the fleet. The next moment, the princess got off the ship and went to her brother as quickly as possible. She was delighted that she was able to find him. Hua-san was not entirely happy. The teacher said that he was glad to see his student Seo Su-chan and extended his hand with a fist. The young master was also glad to see General Song greeted him in his usual way. The teacher said that he must understand that because of the incident with him, the imperial troops and the fleet of Xi'an were put on their ears. The young master laughed and asked, is it really true and how did it happen? The teacher thought. Even if this guy is a great hero, does that justify his vanity? But on the other hand, he had to assume that he would meet him here. The teacher thought about what was hidden under the appearance of this Seo Su-chan and how dangerous he could be. He looked at his battle-hardened body. It was all covered in scars that were hardly healed, and on his face there was an imprint of war. This guy was not as simple as he gave the impression at first sight. His servant always held a small axe in his hands. This axe was for cutting pork, and now he was covered in blood. He thought that most likely this was the weapon of a martial artist. That is why it was in his blood. He had previously assumed that his past was not ordinary, but now he was sure of this for sure. So he asked the young master who he really was. The young master thought if this can't be hidden anyway, he no longer has the need to hide, so he exhaled. The princess did not stop hugging him and saying that she was glad to see her brother. The young master thought that Wang Yeso, when he finds out about this, there will be no trouble. The princess continued to hug him and joyfully say that she had found her brother. It seemed that she had completed her task. The princess said that this time she would not let him go to follow her brother. She had to run away from home in secret from her father. When the young master heard this confession, sparks fell from the evil eye. He couldn't imagine how to keep it secret. And the most important thing is that what she did, she ran away. The princess hugged him and told him that last night she ran away from home, and it seemed to her that this was absolutely the right thing to do. And she also said that her father was about to find out about it when he found it missing. The young master decided to ask the teacher and the general again. Dream? Is this really all she says? The general coughed. The general began to make excuses that he would immediately send someone to report on all this. It was just that the princess asked him to postpone this report, at least for a day. When the young master heard all this, he realized that they didn't say anything to Wang Yeso. Then he just needed to come up with something urgently and run away as quickly as possible. The young master told the princess that her brother needed to settle some matters, so she should go first. He hoped that this trick would work for him. But everything didn't go completely according to his plan. The princess immediately changed her face so that they would listen to her command. In a commanding voice, she ordered that they quickly put him in the boat. The young gentleman did not expect such a turn of events. Immediately after her order, the military moved to capture the young master and carry out the order of their princess. And within a minute, they were holding him above their heads and carrying him to the boat. No one dared to disobey the princess. The young master categorically disagreed with this order and told them to let him go. But it turned out that no one heard him. The young master turned his head and looked at his servant. He asked the old man why he was just standing there. His servant stood and looked somewhere into the distance. He said that it seemed to him that it was going to rain. The young master was very upset and shouted, "Is he really going to leave him again?" The cry of help from the young master to his old servant was heard for a long time, but no one responded to this cry. And after some time, the entire fleet set off in the opposite direction. The young gentleman still tried to shout something, but no one was sure to hear him. The old man stood on the shore and watched his young master sail away on the ship. He wished him only good luck. At this time, a huge scandal was breaking out in Uematsu. The major general of the outpost had just learned that the princess had requisitioned warships. The major general of the Uematsu outpost, Hojin Gang, was just now informed that Princess Wang Yeso had requisitioned the navy. The general could not get a clear explanation from anyone about how this could happen. They shifted the responsibility of one to another. The general did not understand what it was and how Princess Hua Yan refused here. He wanted to get a clear answer to all these questions. One of the subordinates began to say that the general should please punish him. But the princess demanded a fleet and presented the Shangfang sword, so they could not go on a break from the power of the Shangfang sword who was gifted by the emperor. The general was surprised how this was even possible and why the princess had the Shangfang sword. The subordinates left the general and exhaled because they thought that he was beating them on the spot. They even lost their breath. The general thought, if we are talking about the Shangfang sword, then he needs to report this to the people in the fortress. Then he thought, and decided that he would report this directly to the chief. The general stopped and stopped writing. He thought that fate had turned his face and he should take advantage of this chance. This would really be a great chance for him. So he decided to gather all his commanders and announce to them. The general told them once again so that all commanders remember this. He needs them not to lose sight of anyone. And especially it was impossible to lose sight of those who were connected with Wang Yeso until everything was over. He thought that it was necessary to kill them at the first possible opportunity, the Shangfang sword that was handed over by the emperor. He ordered all his commanders to be sure to take him and not obey the man who has this sword with him. The general thought, if he gets the Shangfang sword, who will be able to go to the capital and quickly move up the ranks? They reported that the princess had arrived. You could hear around, "Welcome, Princess, long live the emperor." The princess walked along the red carpet. Major General Huo Jingang bowed his head and said that he greeted her as Highness, although he had completely different plans in his head. The princess told her teacher that she wanted to stay here for a day, and then they would move on. The Major General said that with all his heart he would take care of them. If they needed something, they should just say he would do everything for them. The princess looked at her teacher and said that everything was going better than they expected, so she would like to stay here for one day. The young master felt like a prisoner. He thought that he was in trouble with her, and there would be no more adventures in his life. The Major General invited Her Highness to go to the apartment and rest from the road. He seemed very kind to her. In fact, he had completely different plans. The Major General was waiting for the right moment to take possession of the sword. His commanders clearly remembered his instructions and waited for the right signal. Each of them knew what he would need to do. Therefore, they decided to use a trick. They turned to the general and said that they needed something. What to ask him for? The general did not understand what they were talking about. He was told that this was a military camp to guard the outpost, and therefore the entire army of the general should remain outside it. One of the commanders said that they ask for forgiveness, but this is the position of the Major General and other commanders of the military camp. The general teacher, after thinking a little, agreed with them and said that it was fair that the young master did not fully understand what was happening here. In accordance with the strict rules of the military code, it is not appropriate for their army to set up halt on the territory of someone else's military camp. That is why the general agreed. And he also added that in order not to cause them difficulties, they would return and set up camp in Ten Ali. The commanders thanked the general for his understanding. The major general saw that his commanders were correctly following his instructions, and they came up with a very timely idea on how to get rid of the army that arrived with the princess. One of the commanders looked at the major general. This was a signal of their agreement. This was the only way they could cope with the guests who had arrived and take possession of the Shangfang sword. The young master stood silently on the sidelines. He observed this whole situation, and he understood that it was not at all clean here. The princess ran up to the young master and took him by the hand. Her joy knew no bounds. She said that they need to go faster. The young master said that he was already walking fast. General Major didn't understand who this guy was. He thought that this guy didn't look like an ordinary simpleton at all, because he deserved to be next to the princess. The Major General was informed that in the past, this guy served as an Arctic fox in the Imperial Academy, but then he moved from the capital to the province. Besides this, nothing more was known about him. The Major General thought that if he was in the Imperial Academy, then he was a scientist with a pretty face, then everything was clear, and he had nothing to worry about. The young gentleman sat down in a chair and thought that his poor little legs. The princess came in and saw that the young master was sitting in her chair. She was very indignant at this. The princess turned to Huasan and said that it was incredible impudence that he dared to eat in the princess's place. Huasan had no intention of getting up from this place. He closed his eyes and decided that he needed to rest. And to her screams, he replied that he behaved so arrogantly. Can she really punish her brother? After such words, she could not object to anything. She just puffed out her cheeks and pretended that she was very offended. Huasan turned to the princess. He asked her, she knew what it was when she took this sword, and she understands that Wang Yeso. Ask her to eat a barrel for using it again. The princess understood that she really took this sword for the second time and used it. She remembered what happened after she took it the first time. A wonderful idea came to her head. She laughed and said to Huasan, he remembered that this time with the help of this sword, she tried to save her brother and not her father. He closed his eyes and told the princess that he perfectly remembers this day when it all happened. He remembered when he saw how his old servant destroyed all the eunuchs in his place, so that he could keep his promise to his father. Then he saw his servant old man Peck and looked at him with completely different eyes. He understood that this man could lie all his life for him. Then in his soul there was only anger and revenge, and he did not know how to deal with them correctly. He had never fought with anyone before, but old man Pack did it for him. It was then that his old servant looked at him and thought that a young master like him should take an oath, and he took revenge instead of him. Despite the fact that he received many injuries, he showed his devotion. It was then that the young master asked old man Beck who he was and why he had such power. During all this time, he did not know that his servant was such a strong martial artist that he could kill all the eunuchs of the Eastern Bureau. It was then that he answered him that his old servant would cope completely. The young master had nothing to worry about. Huasan could not restrain himself and asked the old man why he did what he did, and did not give him the opportunity to take revenge himself. Old man Paik answered him then unequivocally that this is the task of his old servant, and he should not worry about anything. The young master did not understand why he was doing this. In fact, he was not a member of this damn family. His father was his grandfather. They were killed. Then an incredible knock was heard in the room where the young master was at that moment. He didn't understand exactly what was happening. He looked in the direction where the knocking was coming from and then at his old servant. But he didn't have a single thought and didn't know what to do next. Someone knocked very loudly and told Seo Hwa-san to open the door, and the city patrol was bothering him. The knocking on the door did not stop and demanded that Seo Hwa-san immediately open the door. Hundreds of city patrol soldiers were waiting for him on the street. His old servant said that his task as servants was coming to an end, and now the young master must decide everything himself. He said that he must gain strength. This was the very moment when old man Beck abandoned him for the first time. He didn't know what to do in this situation and was very upset. The knocking on the door did not stop, demanding that Seo Hwa-san immediately open the door to the city patrol. A voice from outside shouted if he didn't open it, then he would face the death penalty. The people from the city patrol were serious. Their boss, without thinking twice, ordered them to start breaking down the door if he didn't open it himself right away. One of the members of the city patrol accelerated and tried with all his might to break through the door the first time. He didn't succeed. The door didn't open. Then he tried again, and this time the door gave way and opened. Now the city patrol could enter the room without hindrance. The young master and his old servant stood in the middle of a huge room into which a patrol burst through the door, and the bodies of eunuchs were lying around. The young master's old servant said that it was not So Hua-san who did all this, so he cannot be held responsible for all this. The patrol chief ordered his subordinates not to stand and take these two. The chief pointed the finger at the old man, and at the young master, he ordered them to be arrested. Hua-san told his old servant to move away. He wanted to deal with them himself. The old man told the young master not to forget his father's dying wish, so he cannot do this and step aside. At this moment, the young master really remembered what his father had told him in the last minutes. But it seemed to him that he had to avenge his father. The patrolman ordered him to kneel and hit his legs so that he actually fell straight to his knees. The patrol leader said that this could not be. This old servant could not do everything by himself, kill all these eunuchs. Therefore, he ordered that So Hua-san be brought to him. He believed that this young master was helping this old man, and he should also answer. On the street, someone loudly shouted for everyone to stop and no one to act further. The patrolmen all turned and looked towards the exit. The patrol chief did not understand who could forbid him to do anything, and he did not understand at all what was happening. A herald appeared on the street and loudly shouted that Xiao Hua-san should immediately go to the palace. This was an order. The young master did not understand what was happening and why he needed to get to the palace immediately. The police chief thought that this was some kind of nonsense and said that the head of the palace guard could not interfere with the work of the Eastern Bureau. He tried to explain that these criminals killed eunuchs and were government officials and dared to suggest that he could cope with their punishment on his own. The patrol chief tried to prevent everything that was happening. He even ordered that those who read the decrees remain silent, to which he was told that he should kneel. This is the order of the emperor. They cannot disobey him, otherwise they will be accused of treason and executed on the spot. The patrol leader was very upset, but he could not do anything and could not resist. It was really an order from the emperor. When Hua-san got to the palace, they told him to go in. Everything that happened was completely unfamiliar to him. It was then that he first saw the Shangfang sword in the hands of Wang Yeso. Before that, it seemed to him that it was all unattainable. When he saw the emperor, the princess was standing with him. This was their first meeting. Xiao Hua-san fell to his knees in front of the emperor and said that he, by his order, appeared before the emperor. The emperor looked at Wang Yeso and asked that now this was the very day when he used the Shangfang sword. Wang Yeso replied to the emperor that the emperor's mercy was limitless. He was very grateful to him for what he did. The emperor said, "What else is the emperor's favor?" The younger brother is using Emperor Song's Shangfang sword for blackmail to save Xiao Hua-san. Xiao Hua-san couldn't raise his head. He didn't understand what was happening. He only heard a conversation between the emperor and his younger brother. The emperor asked his younger brother he was interested to know what was the reason that Emperor Song treated him so well. And so deliberately, in front of all the officials of the imperial court, he handed him the Shangfang sword. He was interested in what kind of merits he had. The emperor said that his younger brother would inherit the throne. After him, due to poor health, he could not have an heir. But why Emperor Song cared so much about him, he still did not understand. The Shangfang sword is the only thing that can help him restrain the enemy and not be afraid. The emperor made a lot of efforts in the last minutes of his life to put everything in order. The emperor believed that his brother was certainly a special person. However, his enemies are waiting with bated breath for the day when the precious sword can no longer protect him. Wang Yeso bowed his head before the emperor and said that his mercy was limitless. He had no intention of making excuses before him. The emperor said that everything was not going very well, but the opportunity arose to remove the eunuch Wang En, and everything worked out. Chang himself became too exalted, so he had to put pressure on him. The emperor asked for forgiveness for his innocent father, but his sacrifice was righteous and helped destroy his two-faced subjects. Xiao Hua-san was on his knees and couldn't raise his head. He didn't understand what to do and how to move on. The emperor told Wang Yeso he must retreat here. This boy will be dismissed from his position no matter how he wants to use it first. He must be hidden, otherwise he will not be able to use him in the future. It was then that the emperor said that Seo Hua-san should become a scientist. Only in this way can they save him without suspicions arising. Seo Hua-san bowed once again to His Majesty and said that he would do everything as he ordered. The emperor said that there is only one problem, and this problem is that he took first place in the state exam. It is too striking. It was clear that he was smart, but he was not at all experienced. Therefore, the emperor told him to listen carefully to everything he would tell him now. So Hua-san did not raise his eyes and listened carefully to the emperor. The emperor said that he was a talented man and would be able to return in the future. He shouldn't participate and brag about what an outstanding personality he is, otherwise he might have enemies, the young man thought. In fact, he didn't want to stand out in any way, and he also thought that his little-known father endured all this because he was an official without a position. He thought that luck had turned against him, and he would forever remember today's lesson. In the end, he thought that it was all because of him, namely because he always strived to succeed in his career. The princess looked at him, and she tried to explain that the emperor could not move. Therefore, she herself decided to act and decided to find her brother herself. Seo Hua-san told her that in front of the sword of Emperor A, everyone walks to the line. In fact, he thinks that this will not stop the robbers. The princess thought, does he really know nothing? And did he really just not see anything? She asked if the soldiers and their commanders didn't grovel before them because of the Shangfang sword. Seo Hua-san told her that he doesn't understand what she's talking about, and she thinks it's all because of General Song. General Sona was sitting at the table and eating when one of the commanders approached him, and the general even almost choked and asked what he wanted. This soldier said that their commander from the main military camp gives the general and his subordinates alcohol and meat so that they can have a holiday and relieve fatigue from the journey. The soldier said that the general could also go and rest with everyone else, and they would serve the princess so that he wouldn't worry about anything. The general categorically said no and replied that he didn't need all this, but he said that they should convey their gratitude to their commander for the drink and food. The general said that he himself would serve the princess. This is his duty. The soldier said that he just wanted to offer his services and nothing more. The general looked towards the soldier and asked what else he wanted. Did he really have something else that he should say? The soldier was a little confused, but replied that he had nothing else and told the general that that was all. When the soldier told everything to his commander, the commander said that he was stupid and scolded him for leaving just like that. He had to use any tricks just to get this general away from the princess. The soldier stood with his head down and said that he was very sorry that nothing worked out for him. The major general shouted at them and said that today he must achieve success in order to go to the capital. He entrusted his subordinates with too difficult a task. His subordinates said that they would not make any more mistakes, and he should trust them, because they would complete the task even at the cost of their own lives. The subordinate told his commander that there were only a few hundred soldiers outside their military camp. All of them would not be enough to protect the princess, and under the guise of the fact that they did not know too well, and the circle needed to send more of their soldiers. The major general said that this was all nonsense in any case, since it didn't work out only for a short time, distracting them with drink and food. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of people here, taking the princess prisoner is not so easy. In any case, the major general added that the only thing you need to pay attention to is that there will only be a princess and an ordinary scientist in the tent. He added that they cannot fail even if the heavens fall in the hour of the tiger. Wait for his order and deliver the princess and the Shangfang sword. His subordinates said what will be done. Evening came and the princess was put to bed. She was told that now it was time for her night's sleep. Hua-san thought about the whole situation and decided that it would be difficult to fight these crazy people from the Chowan-san faction. The general came into the room. He wanted to talk to Hua-san. The young man grabbed his back and said that his lower back hurt a lot. When the young master saw the general, he asked him how much he had suffered because of the whim of the princess. The general answered him if he understands everything, then he must convince the princess to go home with him. The young man laughed and added that if he had any difficulties, then he would turn to Wang Yeso for help. For some reason, the general was alarmed and asked if there were armed martial artists nearby. It seemed to him that these people were up to something, and even during the day, near the gorge with 3 gates, there seemed to be a conflict between martial arts masters of great strength. Hua-san did not say anything. The general just wanted to clarify that this commotion he was talking about now has something to do with So Hua-san. Seo Hua-san didn't know what to answer to the general. It was surprising. He guessed that the young man had something to do with this. The general tried to explain to Hua-san why he thought so. He said that in the past, before the young scientist moved from the capital to the province, he was seen in an incident with the eunuchs from the Eastern Bureau. The general wanted to tell the young master that Wang Yeso is very much appreciated, and he should always remember this. And he also added that he should know that for his sake, Van made a great sacrifice. The general added that he does not know the whole situation, but thinks that in the future, he will think the same way as Wang. Hua-san listened to everything that the general said, but his thoughts were not at all about that. He listened to the situation and asked the general to be silent for a minute. The young master noticed that it was very quiet here, and this seemed suspicious to him. In fact, it is not so quiet in military camps. After these words, the general also listened, and he realized that it was really too quiet, and it was very suspicious. It seemed that the place where the military camp was located was absolutely deserted, and there was silence. Absolute silence. The young master came out of his tent and saw that they were surrounded on all sides, which meant that a conspiracy against the princess was being prepared here. The general saw the same thing when he came out with the young master. Now they had to do something to save the princess. The first thing the general decided to do was to give a signal to his army as quickly as possible, which was not allowed through with him. But in fact, they didn't have time because arrows were flying in their direction from all sides. And one of these arrows almost hit the general. He managed to jump away in time. This was just the beginning. The young master understood that this was the beginning of a big battle. There were only 2 of them, and there were hundreds of warriors who surrounded them. They were a target for them. When they looked around, they saw that the shooters were sitting on the roofs of the tents and were holding them at gunpoint at any moment on command. They could shoot. The rest of the military came here and surrounded their tent where the princess was clearly. This was an order from their major general. The general and the young master needed to make some decision. They first had to assess the whole situation. General Young Master was at gunpoint, and therefore the general could not even give a signal to his troops to call for help. One of the commanders told them not to move and to obediently lower their swords and kneel down, and then no one would get hurt. The general was not a timid person, so he raised the signal cup up and pulled the pin out of it. The general understood that his army was very close, and if they saw this signal, they would be able to come to their aid. The rocket took off and the signal was given. Now they just had to wait for help to come to them. The soldiers who surrounded them were in bewilderment. None of them were ready for such a turn of events, and they looked at the fact that the general released a signal bomb with his mouth open. One of the commanders of this army shouted to his subordinates, "Why didn't they freeze and gave the order to grab him immediately and catch the princess?" The young master looked at them all and asked them if they really thought they could grab him. He even smiled. It was funny that these warriors thought that they could really get closer to him and grab him. The general ran up to the young master and covered him with his chest. He ordered Hua-san to immediately go to the princess and take care of her. The young master was completely confident in his abilities, and therefore he refused to General Song that he was not going to stand aside. Unexpectedly for both of them, the princess came out of the tent, and she, her brother, at that moment, she broke all the plans of the young master. He was so upset and angry with her that he immediately ordered her to go back to the tent. The princess was sleeping and was woken up by the noise that was coming. That's why she went out to ask why it was so noisy outside and didn't understand why the young master yelled at her. Hua-san told her to be quiet and hugged her and said that they needed to go back to the tent. The princess didn't understand what was happening. When they entered the tent, the young master told her to first put on a metal vest. The princess didn't understand why she needed it now, and then he put a metal helmet on her head and told her not to take anything off under any circumstances. The princess was outraged and did not understand what her brother was doing because she was in pain and very uncomfortable being in all this. Hua-san asked her, because he had to find out. How much does the princess believe in her brother and let you decide her future and his too? The princess straightened the helmet on her head and thought about his words, why he behaves this way in the middle of the night and what is happening. At that moment, a major general rode up to where the princess was. He was sitting on a horse. He felt like a winner in this situation. General Song, when he saw the major general, said that he was an idiot and would like an explanation. What was happening here? It was clear that the major general had decided to plot. The Major General replied that it was not he who organized the conspiracy, but Wang Yeso is involved in conspiracies like the Emperor. He is here to prevent this conspiracy. General Song defended the entrance to the princess's tent. He did not understand what nonsense the Major General was talking about and demanded an explanation from him. The Major General explained that to capture and arrest Wang Yeso, who plotted against the Emperor, troops had already been sent by order of the Emperor. All palace officials were arrested, as well as military leaders who supported the traitor. The Major said that he had nothing more to say, so he must drop his weapon and get down on his knees. And even if he continues to stall for time, no one will come to his aid. The Major General said that he had no chance because the bows of 300 soldiers were aimed at him, and another 3,000 soldiers surrounded his camp, and at any moment he could give them a command, and they would arrest him. The Major General told them not to hope to get out of here alive. The situation was not in their favor. General Song thought that not everything was really going so smoothly. It would be difficult to break through the siege, and these archers needed to do something with them. At that moment, a young master came out to General Song. He said that this was a very interesting story. The young master was absolutely calm, and it seemed that he was not at all upset by this whole situation. "General, he has a dream. What does he mean?" The princess did not stay inside the tent and came out of it. She asked the teacher what happened and why there was an army around her tent. The general told her that Her Highness should return back to the tent. The general explained to the princess everything that was happening here was a conspiracy. The princess still could not understand what his words meant and against whom the conspiracy. So Hua San did not waste time for a long time and told the Major General, who was sitting on the horse, to listen to him carefully. The Major General told the guy that he was a stupid scientist and did not understand the situation he was in now. And then the Major General ordered his archers to listen to his command. He ordered them to fill this scientist with arrows. Hua San thought to himself, "Everything is as always," but he warned, but no one wants to listen. And this general too. Hua San pushed off from the ground and rose into the sky. There was a ball of fire around him. All the arrows passed him and didn't hit a single one. The Major General had fear in his eyes. He couldn't even imagine that this scientist could do such things. Hua San flew up to the Major General, who was sitting in the saddle. The young master concentrated all his strength on the upcoming strike. He then extended his hand and was ready to strike his opponent. He took advantage of the effect of surprise and his strength. The young gentleman swung his fist and hit the Major General in the face with all his strength. The blow was so strong that the general fell from his horse. The young gentleman picked him up and raised the Major General over his army. His entire army stood and froze. Then the young master landed with the Major General near their tent. The Major General was not so confident in himself. He was afraid of fear. When the princess saw all this, she was surprised that her brother was capable of such a thing. She stood with her mouth open. General Song didn't say anything, but he was also very surprised. He thought, could this be the same scientist, So Hua San? The young gentleman grabbed the Major General's hand and squeezed it very hard. The Major General began to lament what he was doing because he was in pain. Hua San squeezed his hand with all his strength so that the Major General could not even move it. It hurt him. The Major General began to scream in pain. The young gentleman said that he would stop screaming like girls. In fact, nothing terrible had happened, he thought. Hua San at that moment pulled the sword from the Major General. Thus, he disarmed him and acquired a weapon for himself. And immediately he swung this sword and wounded the Major General. So blood splashed in all directions and all his soldiers saw it. The entire army that stood near the princess's tent and which had previously been subordinate to the Major General stood motionless. They watched everything that was happening and were afraid to do anything. She was scared, and the princess did not expect that her brother was capable of such things in order not to scream. She covered her mouth with her hands. General Song also stood silently. He did not understand what was happening. He never thought that this young gentleman, who was considered a scientist, was capable of such. The general thought, is this the same So Hua San whom he knew? Now in front of him, it was like a completely different person. The general wanted to understand what kind of young gentleman he really was. He looked at him and realized that he didn't know him at all. Hua San stood, and a Major General was kneeling in front of him. His hand was wounded and bleeding was coming out of it. One of the commanders who subordinated to the Major General began shouting to be released. Otherwise, they would now start attacking. The young master told them to all shut up and breathe into a rag. and then put a sword to the Major General's throat. The commanders who were subordinate to the Major General no longer uttered a word. They understood that any of their actions could lead to the Major being killed. The Major General tried to ask his subordinates to save him, but none of them took a single step towards him. The young master to the Major General that he dared such a petty commander to think about a conspiracy against a relative of the Emperor, so he should be punished. And the young master also said that most likely he himself had not thought of this, and there must have been someone much more powerful than him behind this. After these words, both the princess and the general began to think. The young gentleman demanded from the Major General that he name the names of these people who came up with this conspiracy. He said that he would not ask this question twice. How many people he knows depends on whether he decides to cut off his limbs or cut his throat. Hua-san was not going to joke, and he did not remove his sword from the Major General's throat. One who participated in the conspiracy, the Major General named the governor. The young master replied that he was not interested in small fish. He wanted to hear, "Who else?" The Major General was silent. Then the young gentleman told him if he did not start speaking, then he would have to beat him up. After these words, the Major General said that Admiral Sam Chan and a man from the military department also took part in the conspiracy. General Song thought, is this really true? And was Taegum from the military department really involved in the conspiracy? The Major General began to say that Governor General Buk Pyong-wee and Commander Chong Ro-yong and the officers of the military ministry responded to the decree. The soldiers of the military department moved forward and captured the heads of 6 departments. He continued to say that the commander-in-chief of the 5 fortresses was already in the Department of Administration and Laws. The princess could not stand it and shouted, "What is he talking about?" She could not listen to this nonsense. The princess shouted that he had no right to lie because Governor General Buk Pyong-wee was her uncle, and he had no right to blame him. General Song thought that among the officers of the Ministry of War there was Jong Hyung-hoo, the elder brother of the Empress, Admiral Sam Chang, and the military department united. But their strength was not enough to hold in the hands of His Majesty and the members of the imperial family on the maternal side. The princess was very indignant. She demanded an explanation and did not understand what the emperor was doing in this case and how he reacted to all this. The Major General began to say that the emperor was naturally furious because of the conspiracy that was against him. The princess shouted for the Major General to shut up and be silent. Otherwise, she herself would shove these words down his throat. The young master looked at the princess and told her to calm down immediately. There were tears in her eyes. Hua-san asked General Song to take the sword from him and take his place. He needed to calm the princess down. General Song ordered everyone to get out of the way. He told them that as soon as one of them did something suspicious, he would immediately cut the throat of their Major General. Which of the Major General's troops did not move because they understood that one unsuccessful movement or step forward would have their commander's throat cut. The Major General said that everyone should move out of the way as soon as possible. He understood that his situation was so bad that he could be left without a head at any moment. He shouted at them to get out, but despite this, his army was not going to part and let them through. Hua-san looked at them and asked, "What is it? Do they really not want to let them go?" And he also added, "As expected, the soldiers of this commander do not know what a feeling of devotion is." The young master said that then if they do not want to carry out the order, he has no other choice and they themselves are to blame for this. At the next moment, all the commanders instantly had their throats cut and none of them could move anymore because they were lying on the earth. 2 familiar hatchets came to the rescue. Usually the name was used by the young master's servant, which means he was somewhere very close. None of them could even imagine what happened next. In a terrible dream, the young master's servant destroyed right and left everyone who stood in his way. Everyone was in shock. The general did not remove his sword from the throat of the traitor Major General. The entire army that supposedly surrounded them no longer posed any danger. They were destroyed one by one. The shooters who were ready to shoot at the princess at any moment were destroyed at one moment. So they themselves did not understand what happened. Everything happened so quickly that no one could track who would be attacked next and who was next in line. The young master was completely confident in his abilities and knew what he was capable of. This army was no obstacle to him. He laughed loudly and told the soldiers to get out of the way. The soldiers looked at each other, but they had no other choice. And he also added that if they did not get out of the way, he would kill them all. The Major General did not understand what was happening. General Song thought that the attack was from such a long distance. This is definitely a martial artist. The warriors were so confused and did not understand what to do, and most importantly, they were very scared. Some of them started shouting why they were all frozen, and they needed to get out of the way quickly. Someone else shouted about what they bought, and they needed to get back faster. General Song led his captive holding the sword at his throat. The princess was walking behind him. The young master stood and controlled the entire situation. Beginning, he looked to the right to make sure that on this side all the subordinate military men had stepped aside. No matter how much the soldiers did not like it, they had to retreat. Otherwise, they might not exist, just like the others at one moment. Then he looked in the other direction and found that there were still quite a lot of archers who were ready to shoot. These archers had the princess and the general at gunpoint and could shoot at any moment. There were many more of them. General Song thought that someone was helping the young master, and that someone used a long-range attack to cut the officers' throats and then began to threaten ordinary soldiers. And all this was just to stir them up. Now I was convinced that he was not only a fearsome master, but also an inventive person. In this situation, he was only interested in one question. What kind of relationship does this person have with So Hwa-san, and why is he helping him? The general thought that he had known the young master for a long time, but he still didn't know him at all. When they passed by a dozen bodies, the general thought that this someone who was helping the young master was truly a fearsome martial artist. And this someone was absolutely ruthless. It could be said only from one look what happened here. The major general, upon leaving, asked something there in front. When they came closer, everyone was very surprised by who they saw except one young gentleman. He knew exactly whose hands this work was and who was helping him. The princess asked her brother. Was it really his old servant Beck who was standing and waiting for them? In his hands were two axes with which he never parted. These were his military weapons. Now he did not look like that little defenseless old man. This was a martial artist.